Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone to the regularly scheduled August Planning Commission meeting. At today's meeting, we will review rezoning applications, subdivision applications, and other items brought to us by staff. Unless the commission members have a question for the applicant, we will not accept additional public comment on rezoning applications. The rezoning cases were presented at a public hearing, and that was the opportunity to hear public comment in favor of or in opposition of the rezoning cases. At today's meeting, the commission will be making its recommendations on rezoning cases. Detailed information on each of these cases was provided to us in our electronic agenda packet that we received in advance of this meeting. Our recommendations will be forwarded to County Council's Planning and Development Committee for their consideration and decision. The subdivision matters we will review today were previously reviewed by the Subdivision Advisory Committee, or SAC for short. At today's meeting, the reviewing agencies presented their preliminary findings to staff. Based on the comments from the SAC, along with the review of applicable sections of the ordinance, staff has prepared recommended conditions of approval or denial for each preliminary plat. These recommendations were provided to the Planning Commission as part of our review of each request. Anyone wishing to address the commission on subdivision matters should have signed up to speak, and I do have about 7 pages of folks that have signed up to speak. Again, you will not be able to address the commission during this meeting on rezoning requests. The official public hearing on those cases has already been held. So again, I'd like to welcome everyone today. We do have a large crowd, which is great because we believe that the public needs to be present and participating in the local government here. Next on our agenda will be our invocation, and Mr. Paul Bracewell will come up with that.
Bow our head. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us. We thank you for your many blessings. Pray that you'll be with us as we go through this meeting. Pray that you'll give us your guidance and your wisdom as we make the decisions that we need to make. We ask that you give us your faith as well. Pray and ask all these things in your son's name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next we have approval of the minutes from our July 22nd, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. Trust everyone's had a chance to look them over. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. We approve the minutes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Next, we will open with rezoning requests. The first one will be CZ 2026-041. Mr. Baxley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. The following is a brief explanation of the Planning Commission process to consider rezoning cases. Each docket will be presented, including the requested zoning, specific details of the site, as well as maps and photos of the site and surrounding area. The presentation will conclude with the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is a result of feedback from a team of internal and external county stakeholders who review each case. After each presentation, the Planning Commission may either vote with or against staff's recommendation, in addition to offering any additional amendments to the recommendation. All items forwarded from today's meeting will be heard by the Planning and Development Committee in person in the committee room in the North Building, which is scheduled for September 14th at 5 p.m. First docket is CZ-2026-041. The property is located at 707 Staunton Bridge Road in Greenville. The applicant is Johnny DeVore of CalArc Ventures LLC for Annette Sullivan, Michelle Ivory, and Caretha Sullivan. The 0.59 acre subject property consists of one parcel and is located approximately 0.74 miles north of the intersection of Staunton Bridge Road and Interstate 85. It currently contains single-family residential. This is the zoning of the surrounding area. Subject property outlined here is zoned R15, Single Family Residential District. The request is for R10, Single Family Residential District. You can also see the surrounding property zones. The applicant states that the proposed land use is Single Family Residential. This is the subject site and photos showing the area surrounding the subject site. Staff is of the opinion that successful rezoning to the R10 Single Family Residential District would be consistent with both the Plain Greenville County Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Designation of Suburban Neighborhood and the South Greenville Area Plan Future Land Use Designation of Suburban Residential. Staff does not believe that requested district would have a negative impact on the surrounding area. Based on these reasons, staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning to R10 Single Family Residential District. Mr. Chairman.
This mic back on. Any questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. We recommend approval.
All right. Ms. Phillips made the motion. We'll give this one to Mr. Sternberg for a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, thank you. Next, we'll have CZ 2026-042. Mr. Baxley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Docket CZ-2026-042. The property is located at 909 State Park Road in Greenville. The applicant is Clarence Hare for Christina Hare. The 0.23 acre subject property consists of one parcel and is located approximately 0.8 miles southwest of the intersection of State Park Road and North Pleasantburg Drive. It currently contains a single-family residence. This is the zoning of the surrounding area. Subject property outlined here is zoned C1 Commercial District. The request is for R10 Single Family Residential District. You can also see the surrounding property zones. The applicant states that the proposed land use is Single Family Residential. This is the subject site and photos showing the area surrounding the subject site. Staff is of the opinion that successful rezoning to the R10 Single Family Residential District would be consistent with the Plain Greenville County Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Designation of Suburban Neighborhood and would be consistent with similar zoning in the area. Based on these reasons, staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning to R10 Single Family Residential District. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, any questions? Do we have a motion? Mr. Moore.
I make a motion, we approve the staff recommendation.
All right, Mr. Moore has a motion. Ms. Franklin has a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, we'll move on to CZ 2026-043. Mr. Baxter.
The next docket, CZ-2026-043. The property is located at Whitehorse Road in Greenville. The applicant is Gary Brock of the Berea Fire Department for the Berea Public Service District. The 0.85 acre subject property consists of a portion of one parcel and is located approximately 0.77 miles south of the intersection of Fayers Bridge Road, Highway 183, and Whitehorse Road, Highway 25. It currently contains vacant land. This is the zoning of the surrounding area. Subject property outlined here is zoned OD Office District. The request is for R12 Single Family Residential District. You can also see the surrounding property zones. The applicant states that the proposed use is a fire station. This is the subject site and photos showing the area surrounding the subject site. Staff is of the opinion that successful rezoning to the R12 Single Family Residential District would be consistent with similar zoning in the area and would not have an adverse impact on the surrounding properties. Based on these reasons, staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning to R12 Single Family Residential District. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move, since it is in my district, and I would certainly be talking to my councilman if I didn't say, please, let's go ahead and accept the staff's approval for a new fire station. Thank
All
you.
right, Ms. Manning has a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Phillips has a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, next, we have CZ 2026-044. Mr. Baxley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next docket, CZ-2026-044. The property is located at 18 Wilkin Drive in Greenville. The applicant is Nathan Kaiser of Renaissance Custom Homes, LLC. The 1.1 acre subject property consists of one parcel and is located approximately 0.4 miles northwest of the intersection of Fars Bridge Road, Highway 183, and Hunts Bridge Road, and currently contains a single-family residence. This is the zoning of the surrounding area. The subject property outlined here is zoned C1 Commercial District. The request is for RMA Multifamily Residential District. You can also see the surrounding property zones. The applicant states that the proposed land use is multifamily development. This is the subject site and photo showing the area surrounding the subject site. Staff is of the opinion that successful rezoning to the RMA Multifamily Residential District would be consistent with the Plan Greenwood County Comprehensive Plan, future land use designation of transitional corridor, and would allow for a similar residential density as other zoning in the area. Based on these reasons, staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning to RMA Multifamily Residential District. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, questions for staff on this one? Ms. Manning?
The surrounding neighborhood, is it mostly single families or is it also multi-unit?
So at the moment, it is primarily single family. There is some duplex development down off of Katy Lane and Katy Drive there, sort of the southwest. But it is primarily, I'd say, single family at the moment.
I think the concern that people have in that particular area is that it may or may not be consistent to have apartments so close to single-family units.
So to that point, I would say the site is located in an area where there are some larger roads and adjacent commercial as well. It is a location where, at least under the comp plan, it's calling for some higher density infill of that area. If this was a larger parcel, staff might have had a bit more discussion or hesitation on it. Given the limited size of the property and the fact that they would have to maintain certain buffer and setback requirements from those adjacent residential properties, we didn't feel the potential multifamily development would be large enough to negatively impact the single
So
family.
how many, and it's acreage is 1.1 acres, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many units could they get in there?
I believe it works out to about 22 potentially.
I mean,
Um,
I don't want another fiasco like we had at Lily Lane and West Parker.
Correct. So, like I said, it is potentially up to about 22. Let me double check that. Yep, 22. But I will say for each of those units, you're going to have a certain minimum amount of parking for them, as well as there's a minimum amount of open or recreation space required per unit. And then that combined with the fact that they will have to have 25-foot setbacks from the adjacent residential properties, a minimum 15-foot vegetated landscape buffer. That's really going to, as well as the stormwater requirements for the impervious they're going to be adding, it really starts to eat away at that site. I wouldn't imagine that they would get anywhere close to that actual 22 number.
What is the setback on the commercial side, on the back, on the east and on the, I guess, the southeast portion there? Those look like commercial.
For a multifamily development, I believe it's a 25-foot external boundary regardless.
Okay.
So that's, yes, sir.
I'm rather concerned putting in multi-units among an established neighborhood of single families. I understand property owners' rights, but I also look at the property owners that already are there, and I think they have rights too to have a peaceful enjoyment of their property. And 22 units, how tall can they build?
It's the maximum height of 45 feet.
Of 45 feet. And it appears as though many of these single families are single story.
I believe so. So the west image here is one of the duplexes that's to the west of the site.
That looks like it's a
Right.
single story,
It is.
would you say?
I believe so. Yes,
Okay. And what you're asking is that we approve basically an okay for 22 units, possibly with a 25-foot boundary
Mhm.
from the existing single families around it, but okay to 45 feet.
So based on the criteria that staff has to review for these, primarily being the comprehensive plan, it does allow for higher density in this area. So we feel comfortable recommending the approval.
Well, I feel a little uncomfortable ignoring the rights of the existing single-family owners that are there. I don't know, are there any owners that are in this immediate area? Well, being a single-family resident myself of a 70-year-old property, I would be a little bit concerned about having a 45-foot, 22-unit building next to me. I'm going to ask that in terms of a motion that we turn this down. My motion is to turn down CZ 2026-044.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Manning has a motion for denial and Mr. Parham has the second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I wanted to add, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
At the zoning hearing, based on my notes, Ms. Manning, I think it was 12 to 15 units is what they were looking at adding.
Mhm.
15 is not much better than 22. as
No,
far
it
as,
certainly isn't.
density.
And at 45 feet, it would be kind of a
So that's what I had. And so based on that and your comments, I'm
very good.
supporting that.
Thank you.
Can I add a comment as well?
Ms. Phillips.
This is part of the Berea Community Plan, correct?
It is.
So I finally got it to load. The medium density states that it's recommended a maximum of 8 housing units per acre. Is that not lower than what could possibly be built there with the current request?
Yeah, so under the Berea plan, it was, I believe, 4 to 8 units under that future land use.
Okay.
I will say the Berea plan was from 2017, whereas
Correct.
the current comp plan is from 2020.
Right.
I think given the more recent comp plan and the potential 20 units per acre allowed next door in the RM20, we still felt comfortable with the approval.
Okay. Well, I'd like to note the Berea Community
Mhm.
Plan and its density recommendation as well to support the motion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second for denial. Let's have a show of hands that are voting for a denial. 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, motion to not deny. 2. So it passes denial 7-2. Next docket, CZ 2026-045. Mr. Backslide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next docket, CZ-2026-045. The property is located at 18 and 20 Markile Street in Greenville. The applicant is Benny James for Tabernacle Baptist Church. The 2.83 acre subject property consists of one parcel and a portion of a second parcel and is located 0.25 miles southwest of the intersection of Easley Bridge Road and White Horse Road and currently contains a multifamily dwelling and vacant land. This is the zoning of the surrounding area. Subject property outlined here is zoned RMA, Multifamily Residential District, and the request is for C2 Commercial District. You can also see the surrounding property zones. The applicant states that the proposed land use is a care center. This is the subject site and photos showing the area surrounding the subject site. Staff is of the opinion that successful rezoning to the C2 Commercial District would be consistent with the Plain Greenwood County Comprehensive Plan future land use designation of mixed-use corridor and would be consistent with similar zoning in the area. Based on these reasons, staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning to C2 Commercial District. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Folks, I believe you remember this came to us, was it last month?
It was somewhat earlier
couple
this year.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
And
It's a different
Anyway.
one.
we have any questions for staff on this? Looks like they've made some adjustments to what they originally had sent us.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Phillips.
this is the one where I believe Tabernacle Baptist Church was requesting to build a new children's home there.
Correct.
I think that's a great thing. What worries me is the zoning category. Are there any other zoning categories that they could utilize that weren't as intensive?
Mhm. So potentially, I think the reason we went with the C2 after discussions with the applicant is if you look at the current site, there's an existing senior apartment complex there.
Okay.
So originally the applicant was looking at a different zoning altogether.
Mhm.
The issue they ran into is they want to be able to keep the existing senior living apartments there, and in addition to the care center nearby. In order for all of that to happen on the site kind of as they want to lay it out,
Mhm.
um, the best option that we could think of would be under a mixed use development, which is only allowed in the commercial zoning districts.
Okay.
Of the three commercial zoning districts, the C1 district allows for a maximum residential density of 12 units per acre, while C2 and C3 allows for 16 units per acre. I believe they needed the higher residential density for the existing apartments.
Okay.
is
Okay.
What I believe.
The ones that are there. So otherwise they'll have to
It could create
demolish them and
complicated
start from
ones.
scratch, which would
Mhm.
be, okay, that's understandable.
So they will use the existing property or the existing facility that's there.
No, so these senior apartments would remain as senior apartments, and I believe the idea is for the care center to go on the other side of the access drive from them. Mhm.
So no remodeling or of the existing structure.
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm not, I can't say that for certain.
Any further questions for staff? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, Mr. Manasivic has a motion for approval. Do we have a second? Mr. Braswell has a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes. Next, we have CZ 2026-046. Mr. Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next docket is CZ-2026-046. The property is located at 6340 Whitehorse Road in Greenville. The applicant is Jenny Guerrero of Alvarez Enterprises for Juan Celis and Gloria Pena. The 0.95 acre subject property consists of one parcel and is located approximately 0.37 miles northwest of the intersection of Whitehorse Road, Highway 25, and Saluda Dam Road, and currently contains a vacant commercial building. This is the zoning of the surrounding area. The subject property outlined here is zoned C1 Commercial District. The request is for S1 Services District. You can also see the surrounding property zones. The applicant states that the proposed land use is a non-retail bakery. This is the subject site and photo showing the area surrounding the subject site. Staff is of the opinion that successful rezoning to the S1 Services District would not be consistent with the Plan Greenville County Comprehensive Plan future land use designation of transitional corridor, nor would it be consistent with the Berea Community Plan future land use designation of commercial/office. Based on these reasons, staff recommends denial of the requested rezoning to S1 Services District. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions?
I have a question.
Ms. Manning?
We looked at this before, I believe, and I thought that it was going to be a bakery. Am I,
That's what they said it's zoning.
That's what they said at zoning, that it would be a bakery.
that would be a
Correct. So-
bakery?
That's still the case?
So under the letter of explanation we received, so it would be a bakery, and I believe they would have some other sweets potentially, but there wouldn't be any retail at the site. So it would be a non-retail for, say, distribution to other sellers or resellers or restaurants, that sort of thing.
So if they changed that so they did have maybe in the very front, a small area where there would be retail, they could possibly get this passed through?
So the majority of their sales would need to be on-site retail for it to be able to go under a restaurant, which would the use would be then, which I don't think is their goal business model. But yes, if the retail component was the majority of the revenue, then yes.
Has that been discussed with the applicant?
I believe so.
I'm seeing Josh go, yep.
Yeah.
And they kicked
yeah.
it, and they kicked it back to you?
There's been some multiple discussions, I think, about this one. And we've kind of exhausted all of the possibilities of, an explanation of what, what can go, what can't go, what retail, and I think it's the main goal here is to, is this the one that's the, for
The panaderia.
yeah, I'm not even gonna try to say that. I think they make a lot of tortillas and things like that. So I think that's what the majority of this is, and it's not to be the retail component of it.
Everybody loves tortillas. so.
Mhm.
So when I looked at it, I was scratching my head as to how they would load and unload, like, if delivery trucks were coming in, because they obviously can't go to the left of this property. It doesn't seem tight enough. It looked like it might be 10 feet.
Actually, we approved a variance, I believe,
We did approve a variance, what, a
a
couple of months
ago.
back. But I had a question about this range view circle. Could they enter from that side and come behind this C1 commercial strip development? It looked like a lot of folks were already doing that. From this road in behind, and it looks like it goes all the way over to this piece of property.
And it looks like there's 2 trucks in the very back area.
Well, those trucks weren't there Saturday when
There
I
you
was
go.
there. So, I mean,
So they're,
I don't know if there's an easement for that access on record, or if it's just a handshake agreement. Yes, you can use my property to access yours.
Right.
I'm not sure.
so is the applicant here?
no, they weren't at the public hearing.
No
either.
one, yeah, there was no one that showed, there was in a appearance at the public hearing.
I mean, I like the idea of this, but, again, I mean, there's several unknowns with this. Mr. Moore.
If it gets changed to an S1, which I think it is, what else could it be if they decide to sell this property and someone else wants to put something there?
So S1 allows for a long list of service uses, so things like equipment sales, rental, auto repair, other industrial service uses, which is what their use would fall under, production of foodstuffs. It could also include assembly operations, things of that sort.
Okay, thank you.
The variance that we approved was for screening, was it not?
Correct.
Yes.
So it was for the required buffering and screening.
To
of
the neighbors
site.
to the north of this map here.
So there's a fence up against.
There-
it,
there-
so
there is a
driving
fence.
Back and forth.
But-
through there.
If you had the delivery truck, I don't know that they could turn in and make that 90-degree down the side of that building. And if they definitely, you can't have 2 vehicles passing right there.
So is the building currently vacant?
It is at the moment.
How long has it been vacant?
I'm not certain on that. I know from looking at permit history, there was a owner upfit permit for just some general interior upfit works earlier this year, maybe end of last year. The last use was a furniture store, I believe, but I'm not sure how long ago they had closed.
Well, since I'm in the Berea area, I mean, I'm all for trying to keep empty buildings filled with businesses, for heaven's sakes.
Mhm.
But I'm a little bit concerned, as Josh had indicated, that you've gone around and around and around on this whole bakery idea, and we're not getting any further than a no. Is there just a misunderstanding here as to zoning, and is that a possibility?
Um,
I'm just
I'm
trying to
sure.
find a way to
Right.
fill an empty building,
Right.
basically.
Like I say, from the discussions we've had with the applicant, if their ultimate goal is to have a more industrial size food production operation, the property would have to be rezoned to at least S1.
And that's basically what they're saying, that they want to have industrial size.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm seeing Josh go, yes, yes, yes. Okay.
And there's no way to have a retail commercial component with that zoning.
So if it was primarily, on-site retail or on-site consumption of the food, then it could go under maybe a restaurant or grocery store or something like that. And then maybe if they have like, extra that they send off, like I was going to say Krispy Kreme, for example, but I imagine that their donuts are made in a
Well,
larger
I was
facility as
thinking
well.
that, but since you've said that,
Yeah.
the Krispy Kreme on 291 is primarily, their primary goal, I believe, is not for retail sales, it's for commercial sales out the back.
Mhm.
And they just happen to have a retail store there.
There are some uses where it's S1 uses. I'll use U-Haul as an example. You know, you go to a U-Haul or a Penske business to rent some type of, you know, truck or trailer or whatever. You're going there to rent, and that's equipment sales and rental, and that's an approved use in S1. While you're there, you may say, "Oh, well, I need to pick up a few more boxes." And over here on the side is
Right.
a little stand that has some boxes. Maybe you buy a trailer hitch or something like that.
Right.
We classify that as kind of incidental sales because you're not going there to go shopping. You're going there for a different use. You may get something while you're there. A pool cleaning business is something similar. You're not walking out of there with a swimming pool. You're not going there
Sure.
to just go shopping. So it would be if they had something like that where they sold maybe their t-shirts over on the side, we would kind of treat that as incidental. But if their goal is to sell these items, these baked goods to the public, then that's going to throw it into restaurant or more retail. And retail is what's, you know, the issue. And now if it's a restaurant, that's different. But if it's just retail sales, then that's what's not permitted.
All right. Ms. Franklin, I believe you had a question.
Yes, I have a question for the staff. So you said that you guys did have this conversation with the applicant. You discussed other uses.
I think
So I'll be honest, I'm not the plan staff member who had been having the communication with them about their permitting process. From discussion I have had with that staff member, I know there were some earlier versions of the plans we saw at least that did show a small retail or display component in a portion of the building. Based on the use letter we received with the rezoning application, it doesn't appear like that's part of the plan any longer. But regardless,
They opted not to, the applicant opted not to make any changes to their current request that was submitted to us. Is that correct?
correct. So
Okay.
our understanding is that the ultimate goal is for, like, say, the more industrial food production.
Okay. And
So
there's,
Chairman,
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
based on that, I move that we accept the staff's recommendation
For denial.
for denial.
All right. Ms. Franklin's made a motion to accept staff's recommendation for denial. Do we have a second? Mr. Moore has a second. All right. With a show of hands, everyone is voting for denial, staff's recommendation. Opposed the denial? All right. It passes 8-1. All right. Next, we have CZ 2026-047. Mr. Back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next docket, CZ-2026-047. The property is located at 3799 Old Easley Bridge Road in Greenville. The applicant is Austin Allen of Arbor Land Design LLC for Felicia Johnson of the South Carolina Vocational Rehabilitation Department. The 16.74 acre subject property consists of one parcel and is located approximately 1.9 miles southwest of the intersection of Old Easley Bridge Road and White Horse Road, Highway 25, currently contains vacant land. This is the zoning of the surrounding area. Subject property outlined here is zoned RS, Residential Suburban District. The request is for FRD, Flexible Review District. You can also see the surrounding property zones. The applicant states that the proposed land use is a care center. The applicant is proposing to rebuild a previously destroyed rehabilitation center on the site. Due to the amount of time elapsed since the last center was destroyed, it cannot be reestablished under the current zoning. The FRD would allow up to a 45,000 square foot care center and up to 1,000 square feet of ancillary storage. The main facility materials would include masonry, brick, stone, hardy board, glass, or a mixture thereof in neutral colors with a maximum height of 45 feet. The site would use an existing access off of Old Easley Bridge Road. A minimum of 32 parking spaces would be provided for the site with a maximum of 50. The applicant is proposing a 25-foot perimeter setback and buffer area. Screening will be provided from adjacent residential properties with existing vegetation or where existing vegetation is lacking, new plantings with a minimum mature height of 6 feet or a 6-foot opaque fence. A single monument sign will be provided near the entrance, and site lighting will be dark sky compliant with a maximum mounting height of 16 feet. This is the subject site and photo showing the area surrounding the subject site. Staff is of the opinion that successful rezoning to FRD Flexible Review District would allow a previously occurring use to resume on the property and would not have an adverse impact on the surrounding properties, given the rural setting and limited number of adjacent residential homes. Based on these reasons, staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning to FRD Flexible Review District. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for staff on this one? Ms. Manning?
We've looked at this quite some time, as I understand, and I want to put a motion together to accept this. Changing to an FRD makes perfect sense. They're simply trying to rebuild exactly what they had before, and they had it miszoned, I guess you can call it. But I think now bringing it to an FRD makes perfect sense, and let's get this thing going. Let's get it going. So my motion is to approve the staff's recommendation to approve CZ 2026-047.
I'll second.
And might I add, we asked them to come back with a
With
better plan, and I think they've done an exceptional job.
Bravo.
And I look forward to seeing it when it's done.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Manning, seconded by Commissioner Manasivic. One question, there's a lot of mature trees on this property. Will they be able to keep most of those?
Let's see. So I believe most of those mature ones around the border. The plan shows some existing trees
Right.
on it. Realistically, once they get into start doing the grading of stormwater, I'm not sure how many of those will actually be able to stay.
There are a couple of big oak trees on that property that it would be nice if they could stay because they're between 50 and 75 years old, it looks like. So.
You would think the arbor land design, make sure that happens when you.
Right, absolutely. Okay, so we have a motion for approval with a second. All in favor, raise your hands. Looks like it's unanimous. Passes. Thank you. All right, next we have CZ 2026-048.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our last rezoning docket tonight is CZ-2026-048. The property is located at 839 Fairview Road in Simpsonville. The applicant is John Derone of Derone Engineering for William Pecora. The 1.12 acre subject property consists of one parcel and is located approximately 1.3 miles southeast of the intersection of Fairview Road and Harrison Bridge Road. It currently contains a single-family residence. This is the zoning of the surrounding area. Subject property outlined here is zoned RS, Residential Suburban District. The request is for FRD, Flexible Review District. You can also see the surrounding property zones. The applicant states the proposed land use is single-family residential with a commercial component. The applicant is proposing to expand the permitted uses on site to include non-residential ones. There's an existing pre-engineered metal building on site which would remain. The structure is 10,000 square feet in size and 20 feet tall. Under the FRD, there would be a maximum square footage allowance of 12,000 square feet on the site and a maximum building height of 45 feet. Up to 1,500 square feet would be used for residential with a potential 2,000 square feet of future residential, and up to 10,000 square feet could be used for the following non-residential uses: warehousing and distribution, cabinets and carpentry shop, and equipment sales and rental. Permitted building materials would include pre-engineered metal, steel frame, masonry, concrete, and wood-framed construction. An existing access off of Fairview Road would be utilized, and 7 parking spaces would be provided in front of the building. There would be a 40-foot front setback, 10 feet sides, and 25 feet rear. A 6-foot opaque privacy fence would be provided along the northern and southern property lines. Any future signage would adhere to the Greenville County Sign Ordinance, and any site lighting would adhere to Section 12:1.1 of the Greenville County Zoning Ordinance. This is the subject site and photos showing the area surrounding the subject site. Staff's of the opinion that successful rezoning to the FRD Flexible Review District would not be consistent with the Plan Greenville County Comprehensive Plan future land use designation of suburban neighborhood. nor would the commercial development be consistent with other development patterns in the area. Staff is concerned about setting a precedent for future builders who may try to establish a commercial site in this way. Based on these reasons, staff recommends denial of the requested rezoning to FRD Flexible Review District. Mr. Chairman.
All right, questions? I have one. Proposed 40-foot front setback, would that be from the center line of the road or from the edge of the property?
So that would be from the edge of the right-of-way line for Fairview Road.
I don't believe there's 40 feet there, do you?
So based on the site plan, at least, I think it's measuring about 66 feet.
No way.
Mhm.
It seemed pretty tight. All right, any further questions?
No, I want to commend the staff in terms of their concern about setting a dangerous precedent. Because I think we need to play by the rules, and this is certainly skirting them from what I can see. I'm going to recommend accepting staff's denial on CZ 2026-048.
All right, we have a motion for approval of denial. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Manning made the motion, Mr. Braswell made the second. Further discussion, Mr. Sternberg.
I have a question. I mean, just a metal building. I mean, what's the current use? Why is it zoned residential now?
There's an apartment on top.
So the structure was
Sorry.
built under a new residential construction permit. It does have a residential dwelling unit in it at the moment. The permit, I believe, specified a barn dominium or barn dough style construction, which we occasionally see in rural areas. So yes, that's what was permitted under.
With the denial of concrete and dumped in the, where you can screen and all that, that would seem like that.
So it's, I believe it's gravel from conversations with the engineer. We have been talking with our floodplain department and our land development department. And since that development was done into a riparian buffer, it would most likely have to be removed and mitigated for. Mhm. Yes. Yes, sir.
And that
Is
is
my
sewer
understanding.
that's being put in behind and to the north of that piece of property on this map.
Correct. So you can see it kind of on the north of the property, then going over and behind the stream here. That is a new sewer line.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second for approval of staff's denial.
May I have it, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a
Mr.
question? Question for staff. It says, staff is also concerned about setting a precedent for future builders who may try to establish a commercial site in this way. And I think I understand where you're getting at, but could you please expand on that particular sentence, just so we're all clear what you meant by that?
Right. So we occasionally run into instances where people may try to pull up,
The wool over our eyes.
that's
Just say it.
quite blunt.
Just say it.
Anyway, it was built under a residential permit. Residential is what is allowed on this site. We do not want to then see that property get changed into a commercial property as a workaround. You know, we don't want somebody to say, well, I have built this, it's there, you know, why can't I use it for commercial? Say, well, because that property is not zoned for that. You knew that ahead of time. Should have planned accordingly.
And one of the things that kind of brought this on staff's radar was a lot of calls we were receiving from potential buyers as the property is leased for sale, not leased to sell, but is on, to sell, that we were getting a lot of calls wanting to put certain uses in there that RS zoning does not permit. And so that's kind of how it was all came to staff's attention that, the situation here. So that's how we got here.
All right.
Question,
Just
Mr.
one more question. Oh, go ahead.
How long's this been there?
Permit was in 2025.
Okay,
Yeah.
so not very long at all. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Phillips.
This building doesn't look like your typical barn dominium at all. It went through, I'm assuming, construction permit process, did it not? And I know there's several checks as you go through that, or was it, was a permit applied for late in the game?
No, it was submitted and it was submitted, inspected, and we don't do commercial plan, I mean, residential plan review. So
Okay.
the fact, what was submitted was for residential structure with an attached garage,
Mhm.
and what was constructed was a residential unit with an attached garage.
Okay,
And so that was what was approved.
so the design, because we don't have technical,
Right.
okay, thank you.
Do you have the photo, the site photo? Yeah, that looks very industrial to have a residential component in it. Okay, but that didn't throw any red flags to the inspectors or, okay,
I
'Cause-
can't speak to that.
okay.
So that's a different department than your department.
It is.
That is correct, yes.
What department is it?
That's
just
the
for-
building codes and permitting
The
department.
building
Mhm.
codes. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any further questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we are voting to approve the denial. Let's have a show of hands. Everyone voting for approval of the denial. Looks like it's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, if you and the audience will bear with us, we'll change over to the subdivision
All right,
presentation.
thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
just a friendly reminder from Julie, if you guys could make sure you're speaking directly into the mic for recording minutes
Oh,
purposes.
yes, please.
Just make sure we're capturing everything that's
I
discussed.
thought Ms. Franklin had the softest voice among us. I was curious earlier if your mic was turned on. Yeah, get up there and eat that thing. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Sorry, because I know Julie probably, she's at 3 o'clock in the morning trying to remember or hear what we said, so. Yes, all right, you ready?
Yes.
All right, here we go. This is, preliminary subdivision applications PP 2026-0-113 Langston Ridge.
Langston Ridge is a proposed conventional subdivision. It is located on North Parker Road. The applicant is requesting 19 lots on 10.60 acres for a density of 1.79 units an acre. Access will be provided off North Parker Road. Here is the site highlighted in red. Here is the site plan that was included in the packet. The project includes one egress point, 2 internal roads, 1 cluster mailbox, 20-foot screening buffers around the perimeter of the site, 2 detention ponds, and 918 linear feet of public road. Here is the natural resource inventory. Here is the zoning of the site. The subject site is part of the Greenville County Comprehensive Plan, where the site is designated as SE, Suburban Edge. Suburban edges are low-density residential areas that offer opportunities for low-intensity development that is well integrated with the natural landscape and agricultural uses. Residential development may occur as individual single-family structures on large lots or cluster homes designed to preserve large amounts of open space, which should be interconnected as part of the county's larger open space system. The suburban edge character area type recommends a density of 0 to 1 dwellings per acre. Langston Ridge is proposing a density of 1.79 units per acre. This subject property is not within any area plan boundary. Here is the site. North of the site, east of the site, south of the site. Staff recommends approval of the plan with the standard and specific requirements.
All right, thank you. Do we have the applicant here? You guys want to come up and say anything? Hey, you get 10 minutes total.
Yeah.
For those in favor. I have 3 people signed up to speak. Eric Skoloff, looks like Austin Allen, and Adam Aspel or Askell. Is that any of you two?
I'm Eric.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for having us. So my name is Eric Skoloff. My partner, myself, and my wife represent a local small development company here. We're Greenville based. I've been in the city for 35 years. So we work on very specific projects throughout the course of the year. My wife is a designer. She kind of has her hand in everything that we do. We look for specific pieces of land and try to add value to the community that we come into. Several projects ongoing right now in the city. One specifically off of Lawrence Road where we've got full community involvement and support. So excited about this piece of property. The plan is we've partnered with a custom home builder, again, a local company. The plan is to build some higher end single family homes to support that area. We're excited about it. I've brought Austin Allen here from Arbor as our engineering team to provide some details and answer any questions about the specifics on the site. Questions about the company, questions about our team?
All right. Anybody
Awesome.
have any questions for the applicant? All right. Mr. Allen, you want to have to say anything?
Yeah, I'll say a couple quick words. Like staff said, we're seeking your consideration for approval of 19 single-family detached lots, all 10,000 square feet or bigger. Lot width, 65 feet. Depths kind of start at about 155, but some of them get deeper than that. We're proposing about 2.3 acres of common area within the property. Within the 20-foot undisturbed buffers, there is substantial existing vegetation that we're looking to preserve and protect. As staff said, again, we're proposing 1 point of access on North Parker Road. The site distance provided far exceeds what is required and recommended by CDOT. Last thing of note, there is a high point within Langston Ridge Court. So we will have to split the stormwater. We have a pond in the back that collects all of that rear runoff. We have another pond directly adjacent to Lot 19 where we'll collect all the runoff from that side of the high point and catch it, slow it down, and treat it before it is released back to North Parker Road where it currently goes today. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Phillips.
Mr. Allen. This came, or an application for the same parcel, same name, subdivision came to subdivision administration, maybe last year or year before. And it looks like it was withdrawn. Were you the same applicant?
No, I can address that.
Okay.
So, the applicant was actually a home builder
Mhm.
who decided they didn't want to do the development.
Okay.
So we took the project over from that applicant. So
Okay.
that's all we do. We don't do any vertical design. We don't do any vertical building. We just do the horizontal structure on the properties.
Okay. So you do everything.
That's right. But no vertical building.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Manning.
These are going to be single story or 2-story or 3-story?
2-story, huh?
There's going to be 2-story. The other question I have is, and for staff, is that this is zoned for how many units per acre?
This is R10. one second, I'm getting there.
Page 8179. That's what the density is. What's your estimate of zoning?
I want to know what the zoning is. The zoning is, I believe, isn't it one?
It's R10, so it's 10,000 square foot lots. And I'm getting the, 1 second.
I'm getting there.
You said during your when you did your initial presentation, you said that it was zoned for, I thought you said 1 unit per acre, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong.
So for R10, it's 4.4
Right.
units per acre, but they are proposing a density of 1.79 units an acre.
Okay, very good. I just need to have clarification of that. So yeah, it's a nice unit. I went out this afternoon. The only concern I have at this point right now is doggone it, those roads. Those roads. Yeah,
Out of our control.
I know it's out of our control, but those roads. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
All right. You guys have anything else for us?
No, sir.
Still got about 5 minutes. Okay. We appreciate that. All right. Seeing none, we have no one signed up in opposition for this particular application. We did.
There were 3.
Yes. Eric Sokoloff. Eric, Austin, and Adam. So somebody signed up, they don't want to speak. Oh, Adam, did you want to speak?
You're good. I'm just with the fire department. Everything is
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Fire department's good with it. All right. Okay.
I have a question for staff.
Mr. Parham.
We had a bunch of the ecological or habitat studies this time, and this one had one also. I believe I saw it dated as August of 2025. How long are those good for? Because the report itself was dated August 15th, I believe. So it's a little over a year old. While you're looking it up, my point is that this is about a year old, and if it's still legally binding, great, fine. My concern is that it was done a year ago. If the report was done in the middle of August, a day or two or older than that is when the on-site survey had to be done. And a lot can change between now and then. You know, do you have nesting, migratory birds, whatever out there now? For the same reason that you did it a year ago, is there another one required now? I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Parham, I'm not seeing anything in the LDR that dictates the time frame for these. I know we have time frames for some of our other submittal items, like, TISs and things like that, but I'm not seeing anything for that.
Okay. Well, I guess there's legalities and there's common sense, and common sense tells me we probably should have had one done more recently because a lot could have changed, but legally that's something different. So.
All right. Any further comments? Do we have a motion? Mr. Sternberg made a motion for approval. Do we have a second? Ms. Franklin has a second. All right. By a show of hands, approval of Langston Ridge. I believe it's unanimous. Thank you, fellas. Contact staff for next steps. All right, next on the agenda will be PP 2026-119.
Fox Creek Estates is a proposed rural conservation subdivision. It is located on East Georgia Road. The applicant is requesting 42 lots on 47.25 acres for a density of 0.89 units an acre. Access will be provided off of East Georgia Road. Here is the site highlighted in red. Here is the site plan that was included in the packet. The project includes one ingress/egress point, one emergency access, 2 internal roads, 1 cluster mailbox unit, 50-foot screening buffers around the perimeter of the site, 1 detention pond, and 2,278 linear feet of public road. Here is the zoning. The subject site is part of the Greenville County Comprehensive Plan, where the site is designated SN, Suburban Neighborhood. Suburban neighborhoods are generally shaped by residential subdivisions of medium lot homes with relatively uniform housing types and densities. Homes include attached garages. Local streets are laid out in a curvilinear pattern with occasional cul-de-sacs. Streets may or may not include sidewalks. New single-family subdivisions should be designed with sidewalks, street trees, neighborhood parks, and community open space connections. The suburban neighborhood character area type recommends a density of 3 to 5 dwellings per acre. Fox Creek Estates is proposing a density of 0.89 units per acre. The subject property is part of the Scuffletown Area Plan. The site is designated as rural residential. The intent of this classification is to provide for low-density, large lot, single-family residential development, as well as agricultural and forestry-related land uses. These areas are generally rural, agricultural in character. The rural residential classification recommends a density of 0 to 1 dwelling units per acre. Fox Creek Estates is proposing a density of 0.89 units per acre. Here is the site. North of the site, east of the site, west of the site. Staff recommends conditional approval of the plan with the standard and specific requirements. The conditions of approval are as follows. Please provide a revised preliminary plan by September 4th, 2026, showing the following. 1, please show emergency access at 24 feet wide as it connects to a state road per LDR table 5.1. 2, minimum street width must be 24 feet when connecting to a state road with minimum 100-foot taper to 22-foot with 42-foot right-of-way per LDR table 5.1. 3, show road B 20 feet wide with 40-foot right-of-way per LDR table 5.1.4. 4, show fire hydrants on plan no more than 500 feet apart.
All right, thank you very much. We have a long list of folks that have signed up. First, can we have the applicant? I believe that's Susan Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, commission members, I'm Sean Faulkner, Gallivan White Boyd. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. We're here to present this, what we believe is a very good use of this land under the current zoning designation, 42 lots on 45 acres with a 0.88 density and over 51.4% of the subdivision being open space. We're just excited about the ability to be able to develop that property with those lots, those large lots for the community. Susan Anderson's here on behalf of the applicant. We have Josh Baker here with the engineers to answer any technical questions you might have.
All right. You want to, anything from you guys at this point?
I've got one quick question before we continue. It looks like the main road is says 26 feet, or is that curb to curb?
So the fire department asked for us to do a 26-foot wide road through the subdivision, which we provided. Obviously, the conditions that were just read are asking us to go down. So, I mean, the fire department is the one who asked for that, so that's what we provided.
yes, I was going to ask for that if they hadn't. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, guys? All right,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Parham.
I just want to double check. I think I saw a required emergency access. Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Ms. Phillips. Oh, Mr. Moore.
I think that the conservation subdivision has access to open space.
Can't hear you. Speak up.
Helps by turning it on.
Yes, sir.
I think the regulation requires to have open space have access to the open space. When I look at the creek, there's a piece of open space that I think it says developable on the northeast side, but there's riparian buffer along the creek all along. How do you get access to it without disturbing the buffer?
Well, access through the open space is just walkable access, so you can walk across the buffer. It's not us disturbing the area to get over there. It's more of just a resident's ability to access that part of the open space.
Okay, thank you.
You just can't drive a vehicle.
That's the issue is how do you prevent somebody driving a vehicle on it?
Neighbors complain before the HOA.
Right. Ms. Franklin, did you have, Ms. Sternberg?
Because of the proximity to school, it's just have sidewalks, but I don't see that on here anywhere.
We actually do have sidewalks on there on one side of the road throughout the
Okay, we're-
subdivision. It's just kind of it's a big plan. So
That's
it's
not,
it's
so
not
I
gonna
need
be-
bifocals then. Okay. It didn't say anything in the
Where?
the notes. So where are they on here?
They're on one side of the road throughout the site.
Okay.
That little thin white line.
Why progresses?
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right. Opposition. Let's see. The first three looks like they scratched their name out. I have a Scott Katros,
Yes.
and it doesn't say if you're in favor or in opposition.
I will explain that. Okay, good evening. I submitted some
Can
comments.
you
prior-
give us your name and your address for the record,
I'm
please?
Scott Katrash. I live at 101 Club Drive, which is that corner lot on the northwest portion of that map.
Yes, sir.
I submitted some comments earlier. I'm just curious if they were submitted, passed around.
We did get your
You did
comments.
get
Yes,
those.
sir.
Okay, they're here. So, all right. Okay, so my wife Wendy and I live in that corner. We've lived there about 5 years. There are approximately 72 landowners that are affected by this subdivision. There are 5 that are directly surrounding the subdivision. And I just want you to know that I was asked by these people to speak. And I think the majority of them are here today. We've got the Dobsons.
Sir, if you'll
We got the
address us
Nelsons.
with the microphone, please.
Sorry. We have the Dobsons, the Nelsons. We have Mr. Ken and forgot his last name. What was the last name? Lawson, sorry. And additionally, Fox Run subdivision is abutting this property as well as Clear Springs subdivision. So I didn't mark yes or no on this for a reason. And that's because we're not necessarily saying don't approve the subdivision. You know, I respect the rights of landowners to be able to develop property as long as they meet all the zoning and state law requirements. And specifically here, we have more strict requirements under the Scuffletown Rural Conservation District. So we're not opposing outright the development. Our concern is how it's being developed, how it's designed, and whether it meets all of the requirements by statute and the ordinance. So I have set forth 4 key issues to discuss. The first are the required buffers and open space requirements. The site plan is a little bit ambiguous, the top north portion of this, where East Georgia Road runs. You can see a portion to the right of the road that goes through the subdivision. It does label that as 150-foot, how is it labeled? Sorry, buffer. Yes, required buffer. To the west, between my house and this property is not labeled, and I want to make sure that is clear. That's a 150-foot buffer. Additionally, there should be a 50-foot buffer that goes all the way around the perimeter of my property. And again, it's not clear on the plat or the proposed plan. I want to make certain that is clear. Also, and a question the landowners have had for your consideration is about the 150-foot buffer. And if that is a requirement for this rural conservation district, why is that tract of land, there's 4 tracts that are south of East Georgia Road, why are they labeled developable land? That's a question we have. Additionally, Section 3.7 of the county ordinance for the SCRD requires that the developer to designate the ownership of open space. And we would like to know how that is proposed because future development risk for all of the surrounding landowners will obviously be reduced if these tracts are either owned by the HOA or collectively by the landowners in the subdivision. So that's our first concern. The second concern is something you guys have already spoken about a little bit, and that's the roads and the safety of traffic. Our roads are atrocious. It's embarrassing how bad our county roads are. And the safety on East Georgia Road, I can tell you, is a extreme problem. I live in that corner and I watch cars do 60, 70 miles an hour. I have seen motorcycles literally speed up from the right side of this map past my house and jump over the road at 100 miles an hour. There are never cops here. The speed limit of 45 miles an hour is too much to begin with, and it's not followed. But the other consideration you got to have is you have Clear Spring subdivision directly across the street, 66 landowners. You have Rudolph Gordon School, which is not just an elementary school, it's K through 8, and that's less than a mile away. We also have additional proposed subdivisions. You have Braxton Ridge, 2 subdivisions on the backside of Fox Run. You also have another subdivision that appears to be coming right at the intersection. If you go to the right of this site plan, about a quarter of a mile down the road, there's a 4-way stop. And in that corner, all of that property has been sold. And we believe that the future is going to be to develop that land as well. So my point is you have a very narrow road. It should be a reduced speed limit. It's not well kept. All of these trucks, these massive trucks, are tearing the road up. And the traffic, especially in peak hours, I watch traffic when school goes, and it's really bad. So, we are asking at least that there is a turning lane to get in and out of this subdivision. That would basically assist both Clear Springs and this subdivision. But first, I personally believe, and I believe everybody here believes, there needs to be a traffic study before we approve this plan. And I also want to mention, and I know you said this isn't part of your problem earlier, but the roads in this area are so bad and the traffic is so bad. And I brought this up in my notes that I presented to you guys, but East Georgia Road is unbelievable. And I'm just telling you, in the mornings, you cannot turn left on East Georgia Road. And I've seen 4, 5, 6 wrecks since I've lived here, personally witnessed these wrecks. The roads are awful. We need additional turnarounds or 4-way stop signs. We definitely need to reduce the speed limit from Simpsonville all the way down through Scuffletown Road. That should not be 55 miles per hour with all the traffic that's coming in and out of here. But that's an additional consideration because all of these new subdivisions are funneling right during peak hours down this road and down this subdivision. So we ask you to consider the traffic study and a turning lane. Another problem that our concern we have, and again, not saying don't approve this subdivision plan, but something that's been said here 3 times, at least that I heard, are large lots. And I want to know what a large lot is because I live on 2 acres in that corner, and I don't consider that necessarily a large lot, but these are 0.46 acres on septic systems. And I just want somebody to explain how you can do this. Okay, this condition of this soil in this area is not good. And I know personally because in the last year, I had to add an additional drain field in my yard. $8,000 to put a drain field and a giant pit, a 40-ton pit in my yard because it it just quit running out. It wasn't stopped up. The drain was not working. So when people say large lots and we're talking about less than half an acre, I'm just stunned that somebody could make that comment. I really have concerns. We all have concerns about the septic feasibility on 20,000 square foot lots. There is surface rock in this area that we know of. The conditions make septic drain fields seemingly impossible on half an acre. And then, my question is, what are they going to do when they start developing the property and one of these lots can't support a septic system? And more importantly, to the future landowner that is in that house and faces the condition that I faced, what are they going to do when they have a problem? Because there's not enough land to put additional drain fields. Also, for consideration on the septic feasibility is the proposed subdivision sits upland of the recharge area for the Durbin Creek watershed.
Mr. Cross, you've got about 1 minute left.
Okay. The watershed supplies clean drinking water for more than 25 homeowners. So I want to bring that up. And then last, we talk about surface water runoff buffers and the protection of adjacent landowners. Many of these people will tell you during heavy rains, we already have water flow problems in this area, especially on the south part of this where the Lawsons, where the Dobsons live and the Nelsons. In addition, there is a 0.74 acre detention pond. It doesn't show where discharge water will go from that detention pond. It also is right beside Fox Run. So it's unlikely.
Wrap up. You got about 10 seconds.
Okay. It's unlikely they're going to get permission from Fox Run or anyone else to discharge onto that land. So in conclusion, we're asking you to consider these issues. I've laid these out very clearly in this letter. And if you have any more questions, happy to answer.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, folks, I know there were a few others signed up, but Mr. Katros took up the 10 minutes.
I thought he made it clear he wasn't speaking in opposition. So could we split a time?
He's not speaking in opposition or in favor. Commissioners, would you like to hear from anybody else that has signed up in opposition?
I think we can recognize them by counting.
I think we can allow maybe an extra 10 minutes.
We have one, it looks like two that have definitely, looks like three, because some of you signed up and then scratched your names out. Let me give a little additional time to these folks that definitely signed up in opposition, and we'll give you 2 minutes apiece to come up and speak. And the first one will be Lynn Ramirez.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your consideration in this. I'm Lynn Ramirez. I live at 412 Lee Creek Drive. I am running for State House District 16, so I'm not just in the neighborhood. This is also would be my district. So my big concern is about the numerous projects already approved in this area, but not built yet. And this one being built without a traffic study just kind of adds to all the complicated things going on in this area. It's not a big deal if there's one being built, but in aggregate, all these are putting tremendous strain on our infrastructure. The one development that he was talking about being built, it's already been approved. It's in the works. It's just a matter of time to build it, is the Otteray project. This is about 1,900 homes. That doesn't include the hotel. That doesn't include the professional offices that they'll have there also. So this is a huge, huge problem in this area. And when we look at these and constantly approve these different things at different times, we're not looking at the aggregate or the total problem it will cause. And this is what my concern is the numerous amounts that are already approved in this very vicinity that aren't built yet, but will be affecting this area. He's already concerned about the traffic right now. Wait till we have a hotel, 1,900 other units, and all the other lots being built. So this is my huge concern.
All right. Could you give us your address for the record, please?
412 Lee Creek Drive, Leigh, as opposed to Levon.
Thank you very much. All right, next on the list is Mr. Ray Monahan.
I have a quick comment to Lynn. If you're running for the State House, help us out here,
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Help us out here.
Yep.
We need some help in terms of being able to consider road conditions and what have you. And I know, as the chairman has talked about, we can't consider that. but
Oh,
the
absolutely.
The State House, you might want to consider.
Ms. Manning, this is not the place
Yeah.
for that.
Very good.
Yeah, but I will let you know that the
So-
state wants to shuffle that responsibility onto the counties. So, yeah,
Let-
Gary
let's-
Collins is a
let's
great
bring this-
person to listen
Let's
to.
bring this back.
Thank
to
you.
order, Please. All right, Mr. Monahan.
My name is Ray Monahan. I live at 82 Heron Drive in Fountain Inn. I represent the Carolina Springs Homeowners Association. We live on the golf course out there, and all of those lots there are above 35,000 square feet. I think what they're trying to do here is to squeeze in septic systems on 20,000 square feet when RS clearly says that it's 25,000 feet minimum. So I don't know why staff would reduce that by each lot by 5,000 square feet.
Address it.
Also, there should be two egresses
You wanna
in
talk-
something this big.
You, hold on, this won't count against your time, but Ms. Phillips is going to explain to you why that is.
Your logic makes complete sense, sir. However, if you read the Scuffle Down Conservation regulation, because of the open space and the large buffers it requires, the minimum lot size, I believe, is 6,500 square feet. The fact that you're questioning septic, yes, that's questionable. However, the applicant will have to go to DES, and they'll have to have done all their soil tests and make sure everything perks
Okay.
before they build. That's the only safeguarding systems we have in place. We can't
Okay.
control that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just pointing out, because a lot of people don't realize, they think we live in the conservation district and, oh yeah, we're safe. I don't live far from you all.
Okay.
So I understand. But the 6,500 square foot lot minimum, that's a big difference, isn't it?
I mean,
That's
I don't know
like
how
a-
you do that.
it's
I
like
don't know how
urban
you build
lot.
Something with a septic system,
I
even
agree.
on 20,000 square
So
feet.
I'm going to recommend you talk to your councilman in the future
What-
to maybe see if some things can change in the ordinance. But just so you understand why staff
I have another
has gotten to
question.
this point.
All right.
How
to-
can-
to finish up on that before you ask
Okay.
your next question, REWA and Metro, both in the SAC comments, REWA said development is submitted as Club Drive subdivision. A septic request for 42 lots has been approved as of June the 12th of this year. And Metro said Metro has no objection to septic on the 42 lots.
They've got a line plans.
So
I mean, I
they
get
must.
I know that they said that's okay, but everybody else that lives out there
Sure,
doesn't have that.
sure.
They have, this gentleman has 2 acres.
Right.
I have almost an acre on the golf course.
All right. So we're going to start your time back. So
Okay.
you got about a minute.
Okay, so the other thing is, why I sat on a planning commission in another state for 5 years. So why do we not, under the comprehensive plan, have it where before somebody even applies for a permit for a subdivision, if you're gonna have septic systems, they perk it first, so they know what perks and what doesn't. I think we're doing this a little backwards. So that'd be a consideration that I'd like to see changed in the comprehensive plan.
No objections. Would staff like to comment on that at all? Well, let's see, just something quick, if you could, just something quick.
So the county isn't the permitting agency.
That's correct.
And so unfortunately, it's not in our purview. We wouldn't be able to pass a regulation that would require
Well,
that.
Let me get this straight. You can approve a subdivision, but yet the permitting process may or may not have been done because it's being done by.
That's correct.
It's
It's done at
still
the state level.
preliminary.
For the septic
Septic.
permits, correct.
Okay.
Correct. It's
All
at the
right,
state
thank you.
level.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, next we have the third speaker. Let's see who didn't scratch their name out. It looks like Lisa Lasso. Is an opposite. I'm sorry, Kathy Lasso.
Kathy Lesso, 2021 East Georgia Road, pretty much just right across the road from the entrance to this subdivision. And with all due respect to my other neighbors, I do not think this subdivision should be approved in any shape, form, or fashion. There is no need for further housing development in that area. Within 1.5 miles of my home, there are no less than probably 500 houses already being built, and no less than 500 houses already built down Howard Drive. I don't know what y'all think is going to happen to Rudolph Gordon Elementary / Middle School. I don't know how you're going to afford to be able to continue to fix roads and build. I will tell you that my street, as he said, is in horrible condition. I gauged it one year right in front of my house. They come out every 2 months to fix potholes. They came in February, April, December before that. I mean, they're not keeping the roads up. I don't think they ever plan on keeping the roads up, and I don't see the point of more housing when there's so much already going on down there. And as he said, we don't know what you guys are going to approve or have already approved for the corner of East Georgia and Scuffletown. I mean, we can't absorb anymore. We cannot absorb anymore. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, I will come back to the applicant. We gave 6 extra minutes of time. Do you guys have anything further you would like to say, maybe to answer a question or two for these folks?
All right, so I want to first address the developable open.
Your name and address.
Oh, sorry, Josh Baker, Gray Engineering, 132 Pilgrim Road.
Thank you.
So I want to address the developable open space comment. It's just something that was in the LDR as a developable and undevelopable land as to call it out on the plan. So that's what we did. It's not saying you can develop that area. It's more of just saying that it's good land, and versus the wetlands and the riparian buffer in that area. So the open space ownership would be a part of the HOA. It wouldn't be individual lot owners. It would be a whole as the HOA. We are showing a 150-foot buffer off of East Georgia Road as per the ordinance, and we are showing 50-foot buffers off of every property owner around us. These buffers are no disturb buffers. We can't go in there and grade or anything unless there's a house or something, or the existing home that we have to take out, but it'll have to be replanted and per the ordinance. So for a visual 6-foot screening. Additionally, the septic comments out there. A 20,000 square foot lot can support septic system with an engineered system or with a smaller bedroom count. It's pretty widely known within the SCDES handbook that 20,000 is usually the minimum. Obviously, it depends on the soil percolability and all the soil scientist information that goes out there, but these have to go through SCDES for their permitting process, and all these homes will be perked and will be permitted. So if there's something wrong with the soil, that's something that DES will account for. For the runoff issues, we're showing one detention pond on the site. Greenville County requires us to reduce the 2, 10, 20, 25, and sometimes the 50 and 100-year storm. So I would venture to say this would be one of those cases where we'd have to address the 100-year storm. And what that means is we have to reduce the peak flow, not the velocity, but like the peak flow of the water coming off the site below pre-development conditions in those storm events. And additionally, for the traffic study comment, we're below the threshold with both SCDOT and Greenville County. We're obviously, we have to go through SCDOT for their permitting process of a driveway, and we'll address any comments or anything that they have on the driveway entrance, because East Georgia is a DOT road.
And same with the stormwater drainage.
Yeah, stormwater drainage, same thing with Greenville County and DES. There's a double check there with Greenville County reviewing it and DES overseeing that.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you very much. All right, commissioners, questions? Well, Mr. Sternberg first, please.
Well, it's a question for possibly, we're looking at being on the golf course. Where does the detention pond sit? I'm trying to, it looks kind of weird. That's hole 16 at the course.
Yeah,
Where does that all lay?
we're showing the detention pond in the back, right, the bottom corner.
Right.
Obviously, it's a conceptual plan that when grades come into play, that could shift north or south. Odds are it's going to go right there. It'll discharge to a low point on the site. And if there's not already a creek on our site or something like a drainage ditch, then we have to provide a level energy dissipator to dissipate the water so it's not a point discharge.
So just to get my bearings there, is that equal with the tee box there, or there's a tree out in the fairway? I mean,
I'm
doesn't
not
show on the map here where that lays.
I'm not sure where it is in relation to the golf course. It would be next, I mean, there's a
It's in
couple
that
branches
lower
of the creek.
right-hand
Right,
corner
so
there.
that is it. I'm asking basically, is that below the tee box? So any discharge would go
I would imagine so, yes.
around that? You can't.
It would go into that creek back there.
Which goes into the pond that's there on hole 14.
Correct. But you're going to build to a 100-year flood is what you're proposing?
That's what I'm anticipating the county engineer requiring.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Ms. Manning.
How far is a sewer from you guys?
It's roughly 3 miles, but you'd have to get easements to get to.
That's wild off West Georgia Road that there's no sewer.
It's East Georgia.
Well, East Georgia, sorry. East Georgia.
It's a long way off.
Yeah, that's crazy. All righty, was just kind of curious. Thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant? Questions for staff? Comments?
I have a question for staff.
Mr. Parham.
Do we have any information on the level of service for the roads right in this area? Do y'all have any of that? I mean, I'm just trying to, are they already failing? Anybody have any information on that?
Yeah. I don't think DOT provided that in their SAC review comments. Draper, do you have?
I was just gonna say that, yeah, we don't have the traffic study on this.
Okay.
No traffic study.
Yeah, no traffic study required. I do have a quick comment. It's mostly as a couple of my planning commission peers have mentioned, we have to try to go by, we have some discretion. We have to go by what's in the LDRs. And, we do have some discretion, variances, et cetera, and keeping the public interest in mind, public safety. But in large part, many of these things that were discussed tonight that you guys have brought up, you need to take to your county councilman. And we actually have, you can go on YouTube and find it. We actually have some recommendations that we've made already that we're trying to push forth for Article 9, the traffic study. One of the things is to reduce those traffic counts because of what someone said. You get 40 or 50, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get a lot of homes that are 85. What was the point? You missed the boat, okay? So we're trying to do some of those things. Contact your county councilman. They're the ones that can pass the ordinances. We can only make recommendations.
Any further comments?
Question for the
Sternberg.
applicant. What, how many bedrooms are limited on a 20,000 square foot?
Ma'am,
Order.
no, please come to the podium. Name and address, please.
Susan Anderson, 247 Wood River Way. The bedroom count has not been established. Again, as we spoke, this is preliminary. The approval will then facilitate our ability to go and do all of our due diligence and look at the property in more detail with the septic permitting and design, which will go through Greenville County for stormwater. But right now, I mean, we can build anywhere between 3 and 5 bedrooms. Like Josh did mention on the smaller septic lots, sometimes they are bedroom restricted by the size. And that will be determined when we do our soil classification to make sure that these lots do perk and what they will be able to handle as far as either an engineered or a conventional septic system.
All right.
So the engineer doesn't just be by the fact that it's going to be engineered, so it's special because of the size. There's not a standard or maximum.
No.
Okay.
You got to speak up into the mic, Eddie.
No, that's fine. You answer the question. There's no.
So there's a separate, so Josh Baker's our civil engineer. We will coordinate with an engineer that designs septic systems specifically. And then those bedroom counts can be determined when we do the soil classification and what that lot will handle as far as a conventional system versus an engineered system for septic.
You'll be able to put conventional systems on 20,000. You'll be able to put conventionals.
That'll be
20,000.
determined when we do our due diligence with the soil classification and testing.
All right. Any further questions for the applicant? Any further questions for staff?
I just wanted to make sure both East Georgia and Scuffletown up farther where it intersects, those are both state roads, correct? Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Could we make, I'd like to make a motion we approve with staff's conditions. And I would also like to add an additional condition that the 50-foot buffer next to the surrounding residents not be disturbed during construction. Is that possible? I mean, no, they don't know if it's possible or not.
I believe it's possible, but there is a couple of the existing structures within that buffer, which we intend to demolish those and
Okay.
and provide tree cover so that there's a buffer between the
Okay, well,
neighbors and us.
I'll restate that to include the 50-foot buffer adjoining existing residential properties not be disturbed except for the removal of the existing structures that need to be removed.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Phillips, seconded by Ms. Franklin. Any further discussion? All in favor of approval, raise your hand. All those opposed? All right, you pass 8-1. Contact staff for next steps. All right. Moving forward, we have PP 2026-121. Hawkins Ridge. Yeah, I know.
Hawkins Ridge is a proposed rural conservation subdivision. It is located on Hawkins Road. The applicant is requesting 22 lots on 9.254 acres for a density of 2.38 units an acre. Access will be provided off Hawkins Road. Here is the site highlighted in red. Here is the plan that was included in the packet. The project includes 1 ingress egress point, 2 internal roads, 1 cluster mailbox, 50-foot screening buffers around the perimeter of the site, 1 detention pond, and 864 linear feet of public road. Here is the zoning of the site. The subject is part of the Greenville County Comprehensive Plan where the site is designated as SE Suburban Edge. Suburban edges are low-density residential areas that offer opportunities for low-intensity development that is well integrated with the natural landscape and agricultural uses. Residential development may occur as individual single-family structures on large lots or clusters of homes designed to preserve large amounts of open space, which should be interconnected as part of the county's larger open space system. The suburban edge character area type recommends a density of 0 to 1 dwellings per acre. Hawkins Ridge is proposing a density of 2.38 units per acre. The subject property is not within any area plan boundary. Here is the site. North of the site, east of the site, west of the site.
Not much of a shoulder.
Staff recommends conditional approval of the plan with the standard and specific requirements. The conditions of approval are as follows. Please provide a revised preliminary plan by September 4th, 2026, showing the following. Number 1, a designed drivable maintenance access to the stormwater management facility is required. Number 2, LDR 22.3.6. D, primary and secondary access points to open space shall be shown as part of the open space and shall not be part of an individual lot, nor shall it be an easement. Please provide a second open space access point for residents.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have the applicant here?
Good evening, Stephanie Gates, site design, civil engineer and surveyor on the project. 220, my address is 225 Rocky Creek Road in Greenville.
Thank
We have an unzoned property here and we do have access to sewer, so we're able to do some smaller lots and access the sewer. And when we started looking at this property, we thought that this would be a good spot to do some single-family residential as opposed to other uses that might be allowed in the unzoned properties. Happy to answer any questions, but I just want to make sure that it's clear. I think at one point we had a 25-foot buffer shown and make sure that everybody saw the 50-foot buffer. We have complied with staff's comments on that, and we have no issues with staff's recommendations. We can make those work within the development.
All right, any questions for the applicant? All right, Nathan Kasser, is that you?
Yes.
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Only if there's questions for me.
Mr. Kasser is the developer.
Good. Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Phillips.
This probably is an error on the data sheet. It states 2.31 acres of open space is required, but 0 is provided. I see open space in green on the buffer, but does buffer count as open space?
I have a quick question for
While
staff.
looking that up, yes.
Perfect. How many total units are you going to be doing?
There's 22 units shown on here.
Okay, and the density is generally 1 dwellings. You're at 2.3 units per acre. Had you thought about staying within the zoning of Suburban Edge?
So Suburban Edge is not the zoning, it is an unzoned property.
Okay.
And we do have access to sewer and I believe a lot of the Suburban Edge areas where you see 0 to 1 are meant to be more of the septic areas, and we actually do have access to sewer. I don't know if if the sewer wasn't there when the comp plan came through or not, but having sewer does allow you to get a little bit more density.
This is quite this is quite dense. I was out there this morning. It's a beautiful area, and they've got some very interesting larger homes that are there on fairly large lots. I'm just a little bit surprised at the number of units that you have here and the size of the lots. Just a comment.
So I think, the Suburban Edge does mention clustering the units, and that's how I would see this development as being mentioned as those cluster of units, as the comp plan mentions.
Staff, you guys have any luck over there?
We're working on this.
Are you trying to get yours loaded as well?
Okay, so they have provided 45% and there was only 25% required
Of
open space.
And you have 45.
40.5.
40.5.
Right. And Mr. Chair, as to the discrepancy on the data sheet,
Mm-hmm.
there was no area table, no open space area table on the plat when it was originally submitted and the data sheet was created. That has since been corrected. You have that information on the plat, but that's why the data sheet says what it says.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you, folks.
May I ask one more question?
Yes.
Can I ask a question of Ms. Manning? Would that be okay?
Certainly.
Ms. Manning, if you don't think 22 is appropriate, what do you think would be appropriate on this?
I'm certainly not a developer. I'm simply a planning commissioner, and I'm looking to make sure that we're that we get a neighborhood. I'm looking, to basically have a neighborhood. That area there on Hawkins Road is quite rural, with significantly larger lots, and I once again I'm just concerned about the over densification, if that's a word, of some of the subdivisions. That's it. That's my concern.
Okay. We are very close to like some townhome subdivisions and things like that. Very, like if you were to zoom out a little bit, it is very close to those.
But it is unzoned.
And it is unzoned, and which, would allow for the density.
Correct. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So I have two in opposition, Mr. Patrick Holliday and Miss Mary Ellen Holliday. I'm assuming you're related, so who would like to go first? All right.
You can scratch her.
Yes, sir. You said that. I did not. All right. Name and address, please, for the record.
Patrick Holliday, 5720 State Park Road.
Thank you.
So I'd kind of want to start with a couple of land development, some LDR violations. LDR 3.3.4 Delta. Owner is incorrectly identified on the drawing, still shows tall pines in the right-hand side of this, as well as LDR 3.3.4 Kilo. Plat does not label the road radii or sidewalks as required, as well as the final LDR violation that we found of 5.2.9. The plat does not label the cul-de-sac as required. Pardon me, I do public speaking about as well as I go through barbed wire. So, the plat does not demonstrate adequate fire code access, as well as the cluster mailbox is poorly designed. LDR 8.19.2 Exhibit 8 offers a better solution to that. There absolutely as well needs to be a natural resource study conducted, specifically looking for bunched arrowhead, dwarf flowering heartleaf, as well as the presence of Piedmont seepage forbs. All of the Valley Links properties is not vacant residential. Except for the immediate area of the two home sites, all the property is agricultural land use. The whole of the Valley Links properties are pastures fenced and including homes as well as my home. It is not even shown in the submitted documents except in the overview of, I believe, I guess, the previous submitted doc. My house from the property edge to the proposed subdivision property edge is 20 feet. My house is 80 feet from that property line. And we're talking about adding 22 homes within a combined space of 130 feet to that. Currently, within those 20 acres that I live encompassed by, we maintain pigs, sheep, cows, and poultry. These animals are maintained by a fence along the entirety of the property of Valley Links. Agricultural land immediately adjacent to the to a cluster development or high density subdivision is not normal good mixture lands. Around the proposed subdivisions, they're very low density, as we heard, of about 0 to 1. Having a cluster development immediately next door to an agricultural operation is also not the best interest for either party. You have different reasons for that, one of them being the acoustic shock and panic for the prey animals that we do have. We have reproductive failure caused by high stress, noise disturbance, the ewe fertility, and lambing complications, as well as the stray pets that will come when a subdivision like this will be built that borders those fence lines. The predation comes with the sheep and cause issues. In addition, that fence is electrified on the top line, as many livestock fences are. It has 30,000 volts on it. It is low amperage, so it is no danger other than a just nasty shock. But it poses a risk for anyone back there or any animals that are not intended to get zapped by that fence. The roadway of Hawkins Road is not very good. On one side, down by the Rewa plant, to the west of that drawing, is two very good sharp hairpin turns. The road itself is 18 feet wide. And for reference, South Carolina Fire Code 503.2.4 turning radius. The required turning radius of a fire apparatus access road shall be determined by the fire code official. The radius of the cul-de-sac has not been annotated in the drawing. 503.25 is dead ends. Any roads in excess of 150 feet in length shall be provided within an approved area for turning radius of fire apparatus. Rebecca Crest Drive is labeled as 503 linear feet. Again, the radius is not listed for the cul-de-sac. For fire flow testing, an adequate fire flow test must be performed for this property. The developer may have a letter in hand from Greenville Water that water is available at the site, but a proper fire flow test has not been performed. A water model showing flow does not take the place of an accurate fire flow test. For an accurate flow test to be done, you would need an immediate connection or tie-in point at the existing main. There's no hydrant there at this point in time. The test residual hydrant shall sit at the junction or on the upstream main feeding the extension, while the flow hydrant should be located downstream or immediately adjacent to stress the correct main segment. The future land use map, Hawkins Ridge density, like they said, is greater at 2.4 dwellings per acre, which we believe makes it incompatible with the character area recommended density of 0 to 1 dwellings per acre. The neighborhood does not meet the existing characteristics of the existing neighborhood and therefore will reduce all the values of the existing neighborhood and all the property owners' values. A natural resource study, like I mentioned earlier, should and needs to be conducted. As we own the 20 acres right next to it and slightly under 20 more immediately adjacent, all of our properties have Piedmont seepage forest, bunched arrowhead, dwarf flowered heartleaf, and wild orchids, in specific the pink lady slippers. A natural resource study is required for this property due to the geological or endangered plants. The Piedmont seepage forest is only an area between Furman and Henderson, North Carolina. It is only in our area. For example, the Gateway Village Townhomes in Travelers Rest is directly downstream of this area. It had to be redesigned and a number of the units reduced due to the presence of bunched arrowhead and other listed endangered species. The lot sizes for this proposed development are extremely small. There are approximately 5.5 houses per acre as density. The lots are as small as 25 feet wide. And for reference, with the buffers that you need on 5 foot either side of that, a mobile home is larger than 15 feet wide. So these lots where they're going to put a single family home will be narrower than a single wide mobile home. The steep slope on the parcel will also cause a lot of stormwater runoff, which will be present after development. At the most, on the side of the property which adjoins Miss Dorothy Bishop, which is the most downhill side of the property. The elevation falls 30 feet in a short distance. It's a very steep slope and will not be able to protect from construction operations or final occupancy sheet stormwater flows.
You got about a minute.
Okay. I'll do it quick. Just because someone purchased the property and has to come up with a development plan doesn't mean that the development should be approved. The developer and purchaser should have obtained due diligence period in which all these items could have been addressed, as opposed to purchasing the property sight unseen basically and discovering items in which they are pitfalls. In summary, we are prepared to file suit against Greenville County and the developer at a minimum for the following, which we've covered above. Not conducive to our sheep breeding and agricultural land use operations. The proposed plan is not accurate in that it does not show a residential home within its plan. Failure to comply with South Carolina fire codes, land use, proposal does not fit the characteristics of an existing neighborhood and surrounding areas, and failure to perform a natural resource study, and the detrimental effects of building a cluster development on a steep parcel of land. Thank you all.
Thanks, sir. All right. That was the only person in opposition. And so now do we have questions for staff?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Parham.
I would like someone on staff to address a couple of points about the plan missing particular attributes, like in the radius of the cul-de-sac, et cetera.
It's there. It is there.
I can't see.
It's there. It's not shown on the drawing.
It's in the table.
The radius is listed. It is just
It's
small.
not on the cul-de-sac there, right? It's in a table is what you're saying.
Yes.
Is that considered compliant is my question.
That'd be on the table.
Just says the table.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Manasivi?
I will make a motion that we approve this with the staff's conditions of approval that they have shared with us.
Right, we have a motion for approval by Mr. Manasivi. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Parham has given the second. All right, a show of hands for Hawkins Ridge for approval. 3, 4. All right, a show of hands in opposition of approval. 5 to 4. All right, so now we need a denial motion.
Not necessarily by Robert's rules, we do not.
Well, by Robert's rules, we don't, but the county rules, do we need a
We operate
reason?
under Robert's
There,
rules.
there needs to be a reason for denial, as to what the basis for your denial is on.
All right, would someone like to take that?
The density does not comply with the future land use recommendation of the county comp plan, nor is it compatible. There have been several comments made, and which are obvious by the plat and the topography that show that there's some severe natural hazards here that could arise, and the road conditions are unsafe. So, I mean, this is unzoned. So it's unzoned. We can put up whatever density, but it's also unzoned. It is in the comprehensive plan, designates it. Why is it suburban edge, suburban whatever? I don't know. We put sewer where we I don't know why sewer goes in rural areas a lot of times quicker than other areas either, but that's so I will base it on the fact that it doesn't comply with our county comprehensive plan.
Mr. Moore?
I'd like to add to that. We had a workshop about a month and a half ago where it was made very clear that we need to have our regulations match the comp plan. And that's what we're attempting to do right here. So for the record, that's what we want written down is this is an attempt to start moving towards what that came up in that workshop that all of us attended to make sure these things start matching.
Okay, so do we need to vote again in opposition, or are you good with that as an explanation of why we voted in opposition?
For clarity, go ahead and have that other motion made.
All right,
I'll make a motion we deny
based on?
based on my prior statements.
Second? All right, Ms. Phillips made the motion. Mr. Bracewell made the second. So again, we are now voting for opposition for Hawkins Ridge. All those in favor of denial, raise your hand. 5. All those in favor of not denying Hawkins Ridge, raise your hand. 3, 4. All right, 5 to 4, it's denied. All right. Moving on, next is PP 20. Oh, I'm sorry. We would like to take a 5-minute recess.
Well, I might not see you guys next month. I might certainly. It's an old book.
See ya. You can Photoshop anything.
Stop it. The property owner had no photo.
But how Dee Dee, bad news, just call my mom, she called and said bad news, and I was there walking me. So I did. She upstairs at night. Just be outpatient, just call my mom. Yeah, sure. Figure it out. Yes. Left her alone, just curious.
Next month, I'm bringing donut. No.
Got your own phone. Check it out. It's all right.
We almost had zero.
Oh.
No, I don't know off the top of, it's not that I can't find out.
So what are you doing?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
I guess in 3 years you'll figure out the fourth Wednesdays, my wife said, what are you doing? She won't go look on, she's on her phone all day long. So just go online, you'll see me. All the, floral dimensions are in the study. All the flora that you mentioned is in the study. Actually, checked all those boxes. What do you think that costs to do that? Animal and flora? You have to guess. Probably only a handful of companies. But that's it.
The property, no, it's the property was Woodside Avenue. Oh, yeah.
No, I meant to.
Just so you know what we're gonna do on that, because we have the same, it's going to BZA. So we're just going to, we're gonna collect the opposition and give kind of a word document. We're not gonna give y'all or the BZA members all 140 copy paste comments. So it's gonna be just kind of like a one word, like the topics.
It's like a summary, right? Yeah.
Like what the topics are. They go with the topics. Yeah, so we don't, they go, they'll go as correspondence. See. With BCA, we can't send them. That's why we're not going to give them 140 emails. We'll just give them one. Well, we'll just do like a talk, these are the reasons.
Yeah, these are the reasons, maybe this many.
We received this many emails.
But that's, I mean, that tells us somewhere. They do more stuff than
Big old bears are coming more than downtown Dallas. Hey, Lily, if you prop that door, like, leave it pretty much closed, but just like almost all the way, and then just put it down. Yeah. That way it still blocks some of the signal. But I think. It's almost like. Pass that on down.
We're back in session. All right, staff, next we have PP 2026-122, the Willows at Gibson, and we also have a variance 2026-108. We'll deal with the variance first, the Willows at Gibson, LDR 8.8.1A. The variance first. Right.
The Willows at Gibson is a proposed conventional subdivision. It is located on Gibson Drive. The applicant is requesting 70 lots on 66.12 acres for a density of 1.06 units an acre. Access will be provided off of Gibson Drive. Here is the site highlighted in red. Here is a site plan that was included in the packet. The project includes 1 ingress-egress point, 2 internal roads, 1 cluster mailbox unit, 20-foot screening buffers around the perimeter of the site, 2 detention ponds, and 3,250 linear feet of public road. Here is the zoning of the site. The subject site is part of the Greenville County Comprehensive Plan, where the site is designated SE Suburban Edge. Suburban edges are low-density residential areas that offer opportunities for low-intensity development that is well integrated with the natural landscape and agricultural uses. Residential development may occur as an individual single-family structure on large lots or clusters of homes designed to preserve large amounts of open space, which should be interconnected as part of the county's larger open space system. The Suburban Edge character area type recommends a density of 0 to 1 dwellings per acre. Fox Creek Estates is proposing a density of 1.06 units per acre. The subject property is not within an area plan boundary. Here is the site. North of the site, east of the site, west of the site, VAR 2026-108 was submitted to address secondary access requirement per LDR 8.8.1A, which requires a secondary access when 20 lots are present. In lieu of a second access, the applicant will be widening the paved surface of the main road to 26 feet to the first intersection. According to the applicant, a secondary access is not feasible due to limited frontage of the property.
Okay. So we're going to look at the variance first.
Actually, do you need to hear?
Do we have the applicant present?
Michael Fernandez, 401 Roper Creek Drive, Greenville, South Carolina, 29615 as the developer. I'd like to just rewind just a bit to give some background on this site.
Sure.
Originally, when I put the site under contract, I met with Councilman Benton Blount. I invited him into my office and I proposed one that was an R15 zoning and then one site plan with the existing RS zoning. This was originally a septic deal. We had a 68 lot layout done by Site Design for the septic side. And for the R15, I believe we were north of 100 lots. We did decide to kind of go near that 80 to 90-ish. I can't remember off the top of my head the exact is where Mr. Blount and I kind of agreed on. We did submit for a rezone. We were denied on the rezoning due to not having sewer with Metro as well. And I did secure a sewer easement through Greenville Tech. I went and met with the COO of Greenville Tech, Julie Eddy, and spent months going back and forth with their board. We did secure the sewer easement on the southwest side of the site. I've walked it with their grounds maintenance, walked where that creek buffer is and that crossing, and they approved it subject to some requirements that I have to do in the field to make sure that we're compliant, not disturbing anything there. But did want to give you that background on where we landed. So what I'm proposing, so my hair doesn't look like Josh is at my age soon, is a sewer RS site and not go through the hassle of trying to rezone. I'm more than happy with our 70 lots, which is right where we landed with the septic.
Josh, do you need a minute?
Did you say or did you?
He was falling asleep over there, so I was seeing if he was.
Well, he's only 28.
Right.
So what his hair looks like?
It looked about like this at 28, so go ahead.
I'd like to keep mine, so we're requesting a 70 lot on RS and no rezoning, but if Stephanie would like to speak to the variance side, I'd like to invite her up.
Please.
Stephanie Gates with Site Design, Civil Engineer, 225 Rocky Creek Road. Since we are speaking to the variance first, and we're only speaking to the variance right now, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
8.8.1A actually specifically addresses that if you are not able to provide the secondary access, that you may, in lieu of doing that, provide the 26 feet to the first intersection, which we have done. So we are actually meeting the LDR, but in the past 4 or 5 years, staff has always required that we actually submit for the variance as well as that, and staff can probably speak to that. So
What's the fire department saying about, we have comments on that? Okay. They're okay with it? No? Okay. Okay.
we will comply with anything the fire department has as part of, as you know, this is just the first step of the process in what we're doing. And part of our requirements now, probably more than maybe you've seen in recent times, is when we go to get our stormwater approvals for Greenville County, the fire department is one of those reviews that we have to go through now. And we actually have to provide an approval letter from the fire department as part of that approval now. So you may not be aware of that, but I thought it'd be good to speak to it to make sure you know this cannot go forward without a letter from the fire department.
And there's no way to have a emergency access down here around your sewer easement somewhere because
No,
the
because
TOPO doesn't allow
we're crossing a creek there.
crossing the creek.
We did provide the stub out easement as required by the LDR, but it is pretty close to the front entrance over there. And we did look at possibly crossing the creek and doing something larger. We looked at purchasing other properties, but that was not something that was feasible.
Okay.
You should.
Go ahead, Mr. Parham, or Mr. Moore.
Maybe this is a question for the staff, because I recall in the past, there's been some debate about whether or not the county will give the 26 feet and access versus the 24 that's in other regulations.
As far as maintenance of the.
As far as maintenance is
road.
concerned?
As far as this goes, the LDR specifies that it does have to be 26 feet to the first intersection because there is no secondary access.
Okay.
So the county would accept this and
Okay.
maintain it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Phillips.
Mr. Moore, I believe I asked that, something similar to that last meeting as well. And, Mr. Walters confirmed that that was the case. And I even asked about what if we extended that width, the entire length of the main access road. And he said they wouldn't have a problem with that either, with the county taking over that road and maintaining it.
Good question. Any other questions for the applicant on the variance?
Might I ask staff a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't necessarily see where they commented on the variance requests. I see a bunch of other comments from the fire department. Do we have anything specific for that?
The fire department had commented that
I might have missed it, but I know they had several other requirements.
yeah, I
See
think
that.
they were okay with because they met the 26 feet and the only other additional was the turn radius, which was addressed, but they were okay with the 26 feet.
Would you be willing to extend that entire main road to 26 feet instead of just to the first intersection? The whole length?
To how far?
So right now it's.
Let me look at
here,
the plat.
And then both this and this are
Has to be the
24.
first
So it
intersection.
would be that much
No,
more.
we can go past the,
Just the main road or the other cul-de-sac as well?
f-
Just the main road.
let me look at the plat.
Well, if you take the whole main road, it goes all the way into the next
Uh-huh.
cul-de-sac.
Well, she's talking about versus. the
There's
T.
the-
Yes,
there's
the
another
long
cul-
stretch of road. I'm trying to get it pulled up.
Oh,
From the entrance,
Creek.
yes.
Of Creek Bend Drive.
correct.
Mr. Chair. So
Yes,
Mr. Walters is indicating that it would only be 26 feet up to the first intersection. It couldn't be the whole stretch of road.
Right.
That's all that's required.
It would go to Stonebrook Trail. For
For
the
the
LD, for the LDR. Yeah, right. So we can't.
So if they were willing to give us that extra 2 feet, the remaining length of that road, the county wouldn't take it over? It's debatable. That's a lot of homes for emergency access. I think 2 feet might make a difference. Yeah. Would the applicant entertain that? We'll leave it at that, if you can answer.
I think that would have to be, we'd have to work
have
with the
to-
county on that because it sounds like the county may not be willing to take
Okay.
that. So.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Parham.
So my understanding, the reason for this requirement that you're asking for a variance on is for life safety issues. And, I remember when Helene came through, and that doesn't happen every year, but it happened, and there were a lot of neighborhoods that I saw that were actually blocked in. And so I think the reason for this is to have a secondary entrance. I think is it 30? There's a cap for 30 on that, if it's above 30. We've also had a lot of storms that I've seen bring down a lot of trees lately. And for that reason, I don't think I can support a variance on this variance. We've had some of these things pop up recently, and I'm being pretty consistent on how I've voted on those. So for that reason, I can't support this, and I'd actually like to make a motion to deny the variance based on life safety issues and the fact that it is the planning commission that has discretion on approving variances or denying variances. And there's 3 conditions that are given under section 1.6.3 of the LDR. And it also states in that section that it is of the opinion of the planning commission. So that clearly delineates our discretion. And because of these life safety issues, I can't support this. And I stand by my motion to deny the variance.
All right, so we have a motion for denial of the variance. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Manning has the second. Any further discussion on the variance? Ms. Franklin?
So if the variance is not approved, does that kill the subdivision?
Well, they can't build it as required.
Okay.
You would have to go back to the
It would be-
design board.
I presume it would be out of compliance
Am
at
I
that point
correct
of the
that it's out
LDR.
of compliance? Is that correct?
Yes.
We would be out of compliance and that would kill the subdivision. Well, right, but they would have to come back with another design to give us a secondary access, even if it's only an emergency access.
Correct.
Okay.
Given the other landowners around it, I don't have a secondary access. That parcel that's on the southwest side there, they're not willing to sell, and the other, I believe, is owned by it's a public entity, I think. Might be even Rewa.
Yeah.
It says, yeah, Rewa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a tough lot.
And I 8.8.1A does specifically say that we are allowed to do this as part of it. So I just want to make sure that's clear. I don't know why staff, I mean, maybe staff can speak to why we have to ask for a
I think
variance for
it's
this.
item F in that same section that you're referring to.
And to Ms. Phillips' point, I'm flexible on if we can sort that out with the county, widening the road.
We have a second motion on the
Well,
floor.
w-
That has to
we
be
have a
addressed.
motion and a second.
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion on the variance?
Can we clarify if the variance is denied, does that
Yeah, clearly done.
clearly deny the subdivision application? Or is that an additional decision?
I think with the approval of the applicant, you could agree to hold the application to see if they can rework the design. But as they've said, that might be challenging. So it just depends on what you're willing to entertain to allow them to try and move forward if you deny the variance.
Yeah, I've held this site 3 times when we were doing the, sewer easement here. I've worked with Councilman Blau a lot on this. This is pretty much where we're at.
So
It's 30 homes.
it,
You call it.
would you consider holding for till our next meeting in September?
It's not gonna change anything.
Well, if it would give you a way to maybe reconfigure this design to allow for a secondary entrance.
We only do that after we address that.
I mean, we're completely surrounded by creeks, so, except for a couple of places, but based on what you've said, I don't believe that you would approve an access that was so close to the entrance that, we could offer to do a wider entrance that may be allowed for, sometimes they will do an island and have entrances on both sides, but that only gets you so far into the property.
That's not my
I'm
Yeah.
I'm still not sure where the 8.8.1 F comes into play, but I mean, I think the F actually gives you the ability to approve in a case like this when you have creeks and streams and wetlands that would have to be crossed for that secondary access. And if
I understand your opinion.
yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
What about the possibility of expanding that exit entrance dramatically? I mean,
For as
I
much
think
property.
I'm concerned, as Corey is concerned, about safety, because you have a tremendous number of units that are in here. And you're surrounded, if there's a wildfire of some sort, if there is a hurricane situation. We've had some crazy storms come through.
Sure.
And if people need to evacuate, you've got a doggone lot of people to try and get out.
For how much property I've got on that frontage, I'm willing to be flexible on that entrance.
Mm.
And on
Widen the doggone thing out.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I just suggested, that we
Yeah.
could do a wider entrance, but it's only going to get us so far into the property with that wider entrance.
You're still at the same choke point.
I understand that, but at least it's something to be able to get people out, for crying out
again,
loud.
I've taken the density down.
Mm-hmm.
There's R15 directly across the street on Gibson Drive.
Mhm.
There's another R15 southeast of the site. And then if you go out to White Horse Road, there was just one recently approved this past year
Mhm.
for R15. I'm actually a proponent for keeping the density lower. Whereas when we got this sewer easement, it gives me the ability, even with sewer and the rezone, to go up tremendously, which I know would still raise the same concerns. I'm not asking for any of that.
And with a conventional subdivision, getting something that split off sooner was not going to be feasible with the 25, having to meet the 25,000.
I'm just looking at the number of units that I see
Right.
here.
Right.
And it's not just the number of units, but there's going to be probably 2 to 5 people in each one of those units. More than likely 2 to 3 cars in each one of these units. And if you have an emergency, how in the devil are you going to get these people out?
All right, do we have any other questions? Any other comments? We have a
I mean, there's
motion.
got to be a solution here, for crying out loud.
I mean, I'm going to state that if I could do a cluster here, or if I could make this a lot smaller, even going to an R15, that might be something where I could do a wider entrance with a big, nice thing and split it off sooner. It would have to be smaller units. I can't do 25,000 if I were to do that.
Mr.
Once
Chair.
again, I think we're most concerned, I know with Corey and myself, I'm very, very concerned with Janelle. I'm very concerned about the number of people that are going to be crowded in here. And if there is an emergency, to get them out safely.
So you'd be okay with one entrance if we could split it off sooner?
If we can do something, I think your idea, Chairman, is great to see if we can hold for another 30 days and see if we can come up with something. We're trying to make some good decisions here, but the way it is right now, it just doesn't make any sense for safety reasons.
And if it was smaller units, smaller lots.
Let's try a couple of different things, okay? Does that make sense?
Mr.
Make a
Chair,
decision.
Mr. Parham.
my only concern with going down that path is it doesn't change the lay of the land and it doesn't change the spread. And in my assertion, just looking at it, and they've actually said, you really just making it wider doesn't make an additional entrance. It may help some, but honestly, I mean, I don't even like the LDR from the standpoint of it says it's 30, because there's 30 people's lives, but maybe we need to get this thing changed and get that addressed. And some of us have been talking about that, but that's not relevant for tonight. I just feel like, this is a minimal, a minimal apart. At the very least, our duty, our legal duty is protection of the citizens and safety, life safety issues. I mean, it's spelled out multiple times in the LDR. I can read them, but I'm not going to take the time to read it to you. But there's plenty of places in there that says it's like the minimum requirement.
So would it make some sense to delay this the 30 days, see what they can possibly come
I would
up with?
Raise the question to say, if we can work out the widening of the entrance, and as to Stephanie's point, we're not going to get this project moving forward unless fire approves it. Wouldn't fire and EMS have the ultimate say?
No,
No.
No.
Okay. From a safety standpoint is what I meant.
no, they're not. They give input on it, but
They
it's
give
our
input to
authority.
SAC. All right. So we have a motion on the floor for the variance and a second to deny the variance. Any further discussion? All right, by show of hands, for denial of the variance of 2026-108. All right, that's six. To approve the variance, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. All right, the variance, I'm sorry,
Based on the LDR.
based on the LDR. All right, the variance fails 6-3. Now we can move on to the subdivision portion. And
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Parham,
I make a motion to deny based on the lack of compliance of the plan with Article 8.8.1A.
okay. Mr. Parham has made a motion to deny. Do we have a second?
I have a question. If we end up denying this, does that really put the kibosh on this development?
No, they could come back.
They could come back
Yeah.
with a,
Start over.
with a redesign.
Yeah.
And they'd have to start over.
And if we can do a redesign by simply stalling this for a 30-day period of time, would that be something that might make some sense?
The only thing that I can think of looking at the LDR is it would have to be, I think the 8.8.1 says, I think it's 30 homes.
They'd have
At
to
30
rebuild.
homes, it goes to that, and it's probably not a viable option for them for 30 homes.
That's not our.
And that's
decision.
not really our
That's
decision.
out of our
We didn't impose that on anyone
Right.
to go build that many homes on this plat of land.
Right.
It's just kind of a bad entrance.
Ms. Sternberg, we,
For reference, I guess, referring back to this 8.1F. Clarification from staff, I guess.
your mic on.
I'm not reading it the same.
Microphone.
I'm sorry.
Speaking to the mic.
I'm not understanding it the same way you are, Corey. It says, from recommendation staff, the planning commission can waive the access requirements, meaning we can widen the roads and all that.
Mhm.
I don't think that's giving us the ability to deny it
Well, we can
unless the
accept
staff
it.
says
Doesn't
deny
mean
it.
To accept
Yeah.
it.
That's right.
And
It's something we need to work on, most definitely.
yeah.
I wish it didn't even come through us.
And the bottom line is the
It's
variance
terrible
came
wording.
before us.
The variance came before you because we're required to submit it.
That is correct.
Right. And then we're
All right.
required
So
to take action on it.
Ms.
So
Parham has made a motion for denial. Do we have a second for denial of PP 2026-122? All right, with no second, his motion fails. So let's talk some more.
I'd like to recommend we hold for 30 days with just so you guys know what we're expecting, if you're willing to do that. If you would coordinate with county engineering on widening that, I wrote it down, that main road, Creekland Drive, 26 feet. Or even if you want to
Larger.
taper it off in 24 feet later in the end. And have discussion, and we need something in writing from the fire marshal as well, indicating exactly what his feedback is on that one way in and out with all those, with that many lots. I think that would make us feel better. If they feel like they can get to those people in plenty of time and it's going to be okay, I think that would ease our.
it's a better solution than if it's going to move forward, it needs something.
Yes.
So you're saying to the first intersection, which would be the, I can't get, pull up.
I would like to see that whole main road be widened to 26 feet, whether or not it has to be a private road. It really doesn't matter to me.
Until it has to be maintained by the community.
No. I mean,
I believe that's what I was
Yeah,
at
he-
least trying to
I think-
suggest with
Right.
the variance request with.
well,
involving-
so, what you're trying,
Well, we've already voted on the variance.
I'm just saying her point, I was aligned with that.
Right. So
So are y'all saying let's hold it, or
If we,
they have to agree to that? That's between you and them, really, I think.
that's correct. So for staff, if they agree to hold till our next meeting in September, they can work out with Mr. Walters about the county and if the county is going to accept this road once it's completed to 26 feet.
We just need feedback.
And we just, yeah, maybe from Mr. Walters if he's here still. And, you know, all the way into the cul-de-sac there on, what's the name of this street? Creek Bend Drive, all the way to the end.
Oh,
Somebody
extend the width. Yeah.
extending the width to 26 feet, Ms. Phillips?
Well, yes, because right now it's 24. It appears to be.
What's the specific question, Mr. Chair?
Okay, so based on holding and letting Mr. Walters and the applicant work it out so that the county would accept the road to Ms. Phillips' 26-foot requirement with one entrance exit.
Yeah.
And they would accept that and be willing to maintain it when it needs repair or
If it won't be maintained by the county.
or if it won't.
Yeah. I don't care who
We don't need to make this a lot more complicated here tonight.
Right.
maintains it. I think there needs to be further discussion and further, just exhaust your efforts.
If I may, Mr. Chair, if I'm understanding the question correctly, this can be held as long as you have the applicant's agreement to do so.
That is correct.
Yes.
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 I realize that. Now, they haven't said yet if they're willing to
Right.
hold for 30 days or 31 days, whatever the calendar works
But
out
a
to
hold,
be.
a hold would allow the investigation of this, and we would bring it back on next month's agenda.
And what about the variance that was already denied?
Well, the variance has already been denied. So how does that work? Or they still, if you revise the drawing, would they have to come back with another variance again? Because we've only got the one entrance with all these houses?
Well, that's what I was getting at. It's not changing the LDR.
Yeah, it's not, that's true. It's not
I've
changing.
got the 8.81, not to exhaust the time here, but I've got the 8.8.1 up, and I read any subdivision of more than 30 or 50 single family detached shall provide at least 2 access points. The second may consist of an emergency access. If the configuration of the property does not allow for a secondary access, which we don't have access to, then the paved surface of the main road, which I understand Ms. Phillips' point, shall be at least 26 feet wide. But then and then it's goes down and says if it's greater than 100, it has to have it.
Mhm.
F is now, I think, the one that you were referencing, Mr. Parham.
I was just basically saying that there's a section F that
Because we're in
talks
this
about
middle ground of
interpretation. Let me get back to it.
over 50 and under 100.
F is not necessarily the basis of the motion. I was asked a question and my response was about F.
I guess I would like to know what it's being denied on, because if you go through that A through
Because
G,
variances, there's 3 things there in section 1.6.3, A, B, and C. There's 3 things there. You have that in front of you. Those 3 things are up to us whether or not they apply. And I don't remember the exact vote, but I think it was 6-3.
Sure.
6-3 decided that they weren't met. So, that was the basis. That's the authority. It reads our opinion, and, that's pretty much done. I think if, something can be worked out, that's great. I'd love to be able to help you guys out, but when you look at the LDR, there's 2 things I think that aren't going to change between now and 30 days. The LDR is probably not going to change, nor is that land, the lay of that land. And, I just stand by, I've been pretty consistent for months with this. I stand by the life safety issues, and the whole reason that that's in there is for that. I wish there's something else we could do. But from my standpoint, the only thing, is that it would have to get around that is it would have to be less than 30 homes. And that's probably not very feasible for you. I mean, at the end of the day, not every piece of land is developable. You guys chose that, you're trying to make a living, provide homes to people. I'm just going by what the LDR says that we've done here. The land's not going to change and the LDR is not going to change in 30 days. I don't know if they can come back with a different variance. I can't remember if this applies, but I thought I'd read somewhere in here just a few minutes ago, scanning through, that if a variance is denied, there's a certain amount of time. How long is it?
6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Well, if that's if the variance is required in the first place.
Right.
we didn't ask you guys to fill it out. I'm not sure who. I mean, it looks like it's a.
Consistently asked
Yeah.
us to fill that out in cases like this.
I would like to see this. I mean, it's not going to help you guys here tonight. This needs to get fixed. But you got to address one way or another. You guys have got, we have to address the plan. There was not a second to my motion.
That's right.
So
we need a new motion either for,
I don't know how you can pass it though.
Someone who made a motion in favor of
the
the
zoning variance.
needs to bring the item back up.
Yes.
For us to reconsider it.
I will do that, but Mr. Chair,
Ms. Franklin.
but point of clarity, can we hear the denial? Because I thought it was based on subsection F.
Didn't make your denial, subsection F.
No, based on.
Yes.
He did mention F, but he didn't. Clarify.
Okay.
He mentioned it, which does happen sometimes, but there was no clarification following that. Well, what I have is 1 point.
So you can hear yourself better.
Here.
Okay, I can't get it.
That's all right.
Okay, what I have is 1.6.3 of the LDR. Safety issues, lack of emergency exit for this number of residences. You mentioned based on recent weather issues and trees falling down, it would cause life safety issues.
It's fine. I just wanted to make sure F was not mentioned in the denial.
He said he referenced it, but without, he was looking it up, and that was when we switched to Miss Phillips, I think.
All right.
Sorry,
So I'm,
Variance is denial.
not for me.
I know, I'm asking.
The variance denial was based on the safety and then articles 1.6.3, 1.6.5.
thank you.
All right.
Did you?
So, Mr. Sternberg, do you have,
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a dead issue now, but going back to section F. it
speak
starts
into the
off-
mic, please.
Sorry.
No F.
Well, I'm looking right at it. 8.1 point.
But that was not the
Oh.
basis for.
Well, it's fine. I know that now, but I'm going back to that and asking, it says the first 4 words are with recommendation from staff. So can we hear staff's recommendation as to what they think on the variance? Doesn't really clarify that our opinion comes in. It says with recommendation from staff. So I'm assuming you guys have put thought into allowing this. And the wording might be terrible, but it's there.
My hair is gonna look like Josh's.
You're gonna have to go home and shave it, I'm afraid. Sorry.
That was the.
Deborah and I might have to.
Did we decide to deny? I recommend things all the time.
that is true.
Yeah, just one clarification from that.
Make sure you speak into your mic.
Yeah, that's right. I'm waiting.
as the applicant, can I say another word on this?
Can we hear from?
Sure, while they're
Yeah.
over there trying to decide.
So, if it were to be determined that the variance wasn't a requirement in the first place, can that be something?
At this point.
No.
Like to work through that because that.
I just think that that's a point that needs to be clarified for applicants in this county, because the only reason we submitted for it is because it has been required in the past that
We
submit
understand.
for it.
We
Absolutely.
do understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Cost.
This is one that I thought.
Cost.
All right, Draper.
Okay, couple of thoughts on this. One is the precedent is in order to get this sort of request before you, a variance request has typically been used. I don't know how far back that goes, but that has been the interpretation of the subdivision administrator. And that's what we're going to continue to do until the subdivision administrator changes that interpretation or that's challenged. The other thought I had is that you were asking about a recommendation, Mr. Sternberg. We don't have a specific recommendation on the variance. That said, we are recommending approval on the subdivision, which tonight would have required approval of the variance. So read into that what you will.
So he's not recommending approval of the variance, even though the variance would have to be approved in order to approve the subdivision, which they do recommend. It's a catch-22.
I'm just getting that on record.
There's not a lot we can do. I mean, I'd love to, but.
Or compliance with 8.8.1 A and F, being the recommendation from staff. I don't want to put words in staff's mouth.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the variance.
We've already voted on the variance. We
But I
can't,
know, I thought
we-
we had to.
you want to reconsider the variance vote.
Mhm. Yes.
All right. I believe in order to do that, we have to have a unanimous vote from the commission to do that, to reconsider. So
So you don't need a second.
do we need a second on that too, y'all? To reconsider the variance vote that we just took?
I don't think so.
I
think we just.
All right. So we have a motion to reconsider the variance request that was just denied. Show of hands, who wants to reconsider the variance? All right, so that's 5. Who does not want to reconsider? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5-4. Who abstained?
Oh, did you?
Oh, you did, you didn't raise your hand? All right, so we're tied, which means that fails.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
I may. So I know you already took an initial vote, but just to point this out, your bylaws do point out that a reconsideration may be had when the applicant brings forth new information or mistake of fact, or county council requests the reconsideration.
Right, but.
Right. And
There-
so my
we-
point is this, I don't know that a vote on to reconsider it tonight is appropriate. And so
Verbiage.
it was a paraphrase.
He's paraphrasing.
So we need to deal with it either
Well-
needs to be held or we need to.
Right.
Need to, I mean, there's no other way to.
Correct.
You gotta-
But, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Still leaves there.
Yes.
the variance has still been denied. And if, that is correct, if they agree. Would you entertain a 31 day hold on this application?
Been through the ringer on this one. I don't see what other options we have tonight. It seems a little all over the place. It might be wise to put a hold on it.
Okay. So staff, the applicant is agreeing to hold until next month to discuss with, I guess, staff and about the road and possibly look at their design.
Is there a way to just be more productive for the next 30 days to get some other additional feedback on the subdivision as if the variance conversation never existed?
At this
Way I'm
point,
not wasting your time next month either.
at this point, they're gonna have to file for a new variance, is that correct? But they have to wait 6 months for that because we voted to deny their variance.
Under how how we brought this forward in the past, yes. They could also request to reconsider the variance motion. That could be brought next month as well, as long as they make it within 30 days. There are a few options on the table.
But even does a reconsideration overrule the LDR that says 6 months?
So you could reconsider your vote that you took tonight, as long as they bring the request within 30 days. In that situation, you would first have to vote to reconsider. If that failed, then then the 6-month rule applies. They'd have 5 months left at that point. If, however, you voted to reconsider, at that point, you could look at their variance again as if you were looking at it for the first time. And then however that vote came down would.
I hope in 6 months we have this solved so it doesn't come up again. Let's try 30 days. It ain't gonna, government can't move that. fast.
Okay, all right. So the applicant has agreed to hold until our September meeting. I don't have the calendar in front of me. I don't know if that's 30, 31 days from today. Mr. Moore?
There was a point made that not a lot's going to change with regards to layout of the facility in 30 days. So could I make a proposal that a sub-team, along with the developer, sit down with this thing and try to figure out something that would work for this commission to approve or deny? Otherwise, we're going to come back here in 30 days with probably the same problem.
I don't,
Try to get something put together that would work, as opposed to just, we'll just take another 30 days and go through this again.
but we still have the issue of the variance for the entrance. And that's probably not going to change unless they reduce the lot size or figure out a way to move some stuff around.
But give people a chance to think of out of the box ways to make it work. Because right now we're frustrated. We don't know how to address it because we got this catch-22. Put some people in a room to figure out, and if they come out and say there is no solution, then there's no solution.
I have to agree with Mr. Moore. I think it would be an excellent idea. We can give some very specific feedback to the developer and get this thing off.
I think
Okay.
in theory, it's a good idea. I would,
And make sure,
yeah,
now, are you suggesting they get in a room with us?
staff.
I think it needs to be staff. It doesn't need to be us.
Yeah. I think legally we have we can't do that. I'm not sure, but I think legally we can't.
No, I
do
don't
that.
think legal, I think we're fine. I think if we have staff that's there along with us, a specific number of people.
We'll have to sort that out. I guess at this point, are we putting it on hold or not?
No.
It sounds like he's,
If they're agreeing to put it on hold, we'll put it on hold until our next meeting.
yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may, to that point, I agree that the applicant can sit down with staff and discuss this, where you all are the decision-making body. I believe it would be inappropriate for y'all to be involved in those discussions.
That's what I'm thinking too, yes. Right.
Yeah, because else nothing changed.
Right. And the outcome will be the same 30 days or however in September that it would be tonight.
Correct. We will get together with the applicant and we'll see what we can put together.
Okay. And we do not need a vote for that. We're just a verbal,
As long as you're in agreement.
as long as we're in agreement.
We
Don't.
just waived this whole thing.
Come-
See you in September.
All right.
But Draver, we can give you hints, can't we?
Thank you very much.
Feedback from the fire department.
Good.
You give us feedback from the fire department that'll show that.
And be vocal about this, please. I'm sure you're going to be. We need to get this changed. You know, there's some things some of us have been kind of thinking about, talking about, but we need to get some action.
Okay, thank you. Next piece of business before us is variance 2026-112 Lyle Drive.
The applicant is seeking a variance VA-2026-112 from the requirements of LDR Table 8.1, which requires 5 feet side setbacks. Due to the building code requirements, the mobile home must sit long ways on the lot, as the front door has to face the front of the lot. The mobile home would not be permitted on the lot otherwise. According to the applicant, the mobile home is 78 feet long and the lot is 80 feet wide. The request is to allow the existing mobile home on parcel T025000102-901 to remain in its current condition, encroaching 4 feet into each side setback. Here is the site plan. The area shown in red is for the variance request. Staff recommends approval of the variance as requested.
Okay, is the applicant here? Would you like to come up here and tell us what's going on with this?
Yes, my name is Alberto Jimenez, and my address is 392 Old Forest Bridge Road. I bought this property, and it's funny story. The owner of the lot died. I don't know when, but it's been like 10 years that I got the mobile home sitting there. For some reason, it was sitting partial on the next neighbor property line. Then he requests me to move it out because he was building, but because no owner of the lot was existing, I couldn't get any permission to even move it out. So at the end, he told me either you demolish it or move it, and he actually requested me for 30 days to move it out. So what I did, it was like I just move it.
It's turned.
Yeah, I just turn it.
You turned it.
Yeah, and I told the inspector that if I can build a door, you know, on that side, because the layer of the mobile home, it gives me it's a hallway in there to the bathroom and there, so I can actually build a door to there, but he says no. So the mobile home is 70, I think it's 76, something like that.
Says 78 in our
78. With
74.
With the hitch. Yeah, and the lot is 80. So I'm sorry, but I don't have a lot of money to buy a new property, and he only gave me like 30 days either to move it or demolish it, and for some of us it's a lot of money to lose there. So I just asked for permission to move it back to the lot, but I only have like 1.5 feet or 3 feet, something like that, to put the mobile home back.
There's currently no one living in it.
No. And he hasn't been in there for a long time since the other guy told me not to move it out. So it hasn't been anybody there.
In our packet, it said that had been there since 2001. So you're
Yeah.
telling me that that mobile home is 25 years old?
That's because I've been so many trips to the county, and and we went back to 201, and that's when we see the mobile home. It was there, So I don't know who gave permission to put the mobile home in 2 lots. So
I have, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Parham.
question for staff. So the issue is the distance, the setback off the property line. But there's also something mentioned in there about the building code. And so the building code basically says the face of the home towards the road must have a door. Is that, I don't know what it says. I haven't read the building code.
Facing the front.
Be facing the drive.
Yes, which is why it cannot be long ways on the lot.
Because it
It
doesn't.
cannot be perpendicular to the road.
Is it, but that's a building code saying that.
No, that's coming out of the land development regulations.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the mobile home has to be parallel to the road. Okay.
There are some provisions, Sarah, if I may, there are some provisions that allow staff the ability to approve perpendicular manufactured homes. And one of these instances would be if the main entry or one of the main entries was on the short end of, instead of the short axis instead of the long axis of the home, then staff could approve that. I think what the applicant alluded to is that I don't think the building codes would allow you to put a door in. Is that what you said? Or, I
No,
mean,
no. I asked then if I build a door there, like the way that it is right now, if I build a door facing the road, will it give me permission?
If
And
that-
it
if-
I wouldn't affect,
You'd be off.
as long as the door does not go into a bedroom and it goes into a common area of the home. If it's a hallway or if it's the living room or if it's the kitchen or something, it just cannot go into an actual, the bedroom. It's got to go, it's got to be, when we say a main entry door, so when you go in the house, it's in a communal main portion of the house. So that, I mean, it says under 14.1.5, C, the manufactured home has been specifically designed and built by the manufacturer with the door on the short end. So that's the problem with that, is that it says, the verbiage that says is specifically designed. So I don't, that's where staff comes in the issue of, well, we can't really say that you can just go and cut a hole in the wall and put a door in because it was not built
Engineered for it.
and designed that way by, under HUD standards. We would have to rely on if there were other homes in the area that were oriented in the same manner or something that way, or the variance process.
Now, here's a question. If I
Ms.
may
Phillips.
ask. If the driveway, the drive from the main road goes directly to the front of the mobile home and the mobile home was moved at an angle to make it fit better in that lot, is that allowed? I just,
I think the LDR says that the manufactured home must be oriented on the lot so that its long axis is parallel with the street.
interesting, because my neighbor's doesn't. Her drive does, her drive.
But we're talking, not the driveway.
But
we're
her home
talking about
doesn't.
The street.
Well, actually, the house across the street is sitting on an angle because the road curves. It's not really a corner, it's more of a curve. There's not like a 90-degree stop and you turn, it's just a curve in the road.
Yeah, we see that all the time.
And we do see that a lot. You see that on a regular brick and mortar home.
I'm just really.
Is there an option to put a smaller mobile home on this piece of property, one that's not as long?
Cut the end of it off.
Yeah, but
If you're gonna cut a door, cut the end of it off. I'm, oh, go ahead.
I'm just afraid if we allow this, I mean, staff's already said they can't put a door at the end of the building because it may not be designed to do that when it was built, yet they're recommending approval.
May, Mr. Chair, may I clarify? We're recommending approval of it facing correctly,
Turning it.
turning it so that it's long ways to the road, the long axis.
which will
is to the
encroach
road,
on the
buffer on each side. So it
That's where
would,
the variance comes in.
yes.
But what about his neighbor? Would the neighbor have any right at all at that point, once he has a variance to sue him because he's right at the edge of the property
It
line?
doesn't encroach on his property.
As long as it doesn't encroach across the property line, we're fine.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Parham.
I'm looking for a way to help you out. One of the bits I'm struggling with, it was already sitting there and it was up against the two lines, but you've already moved it out of it. That's a little bit of what I'm struggling with there, that aspect of it. But also what's going to be behind, if we give him this variance, you put it back the way it was, you're within the boundaries, not the way it was where you're over the line, but within the boundaries. You've got the variance. Is that, I'm guessing that's septic out there?
yes, it's septic.
How are you going to get, I mean, can you get a tractor or something around behind this thing? That's one of the reasons
For
you have
maintenance
setbacks.
purposes.
Yeah, how do you address those kind of things? And that's what, that's why these things are set up that way. To be away from give your neighbor some space, but also for future maintenance in your backyard. So, I mean, is your septic in the backyard, I would imagine?
Yeah, it's all the way in the back. So if I could leave it the way that it is right now, it
You'd have
gives me
access.
all that space in there without touching the.
But that's not what you're asking for. You're asking for a variance to put it back
To flip
parallel
it
with
back
the
around,
road.
yeah.
It can't stay like it is.
Yeah. So if I put it away diagonally, I won't touch the septic, but it also would not allow me to do anything in the back.
That
because
is correct. And if your septic tank fails, there's no way to get any equipment back there to dig it up or to whatever it needs to be, because you'd have to get permission from your neighbor.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, for,
That is his problem.
if
but
I may,
Yes.
right now, the variance, okay, let me, long answer here, I guess, or long explanation. We advertised for a variance only. We didn't advertise, I don't think, for the section of the ordinance, did we? So,
Mr. Henderson,
yes,
it says, from the requirements of LDR table 8.1.
okay, that's in the staff report. But what I'm saying is any legal I mean, what I'm getting at is that you as a commission could approve variances with additional conditions. You also have the ability, if you wanted to change what the request of the variance is, to, instead of being a setback, it could be on the orientation of the building, to where the orientation as it sits today would meet the setbacks. It would be the variance on the orientation being perpendicular instead of parallel to the road. So it's,
Okay.
but that's how it went to the,
Yeah.
okay. So,
Right.
so what could, I mean, since it was advertised as 8.1, it could be held. If it was entertained to have or more inclined to do a variance on the orientation instead of the setback, it could be held, re-advertised as 8 point, what, I mean, is it 8.1? Show me 8.1. Is it 8?
Another bad
8.1 now.
I think it's 8 point, no, I think it's supposed to be 8.8.1.
Let's do the right thing.
And 8.8.1 also covers it's exhibit 8, no? Table 8.1. That's,
So
hold on a second. Let me pause what I'm saying. I've got an idea. I'm just trying to, so that's table, okay, so setbacks there. Okay. So what, it could be held, re-advertised for section, for the orientation section of the LDR, and it could come back to you at an appropriate time.
And so if he takes his orientation as it was, it is this now. If he angles it and he gets enough room on either side for the setback and to be able to get into the back in the event that septic tank fails, I mean, that's not our purview. But is that setting a bad precedent?
Staff would not be able to approve that, obviously. That's the variance. That would be a variance that still comes to you.
Correct.
But that would be, I mean, variances and the way that I explained to the Board of Zoning Appeals, I don't really handle a lot of variances. We all, we're kind of tag teaming this while Megan is out. But the way I explain variances to the Board of Zoning Appeals is that you have to, variances are not, and don't set precedent.
Okay.
You establish a variance off of a set of facts specific to that property. And whether or not that property carries with it something that would be a hardship that the ordinance would,
Those three things that we were talking
right,
about earlier.
exactly. And so that's kind of where I'm going, is that if you as a body thought that the orientation would be something that would be more of an appetite for you than the setbacks, that would be an avenue to go.
So how do we mechanically, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So mechanically, how do we go about this and do it all legally, and we don't have the next person saying, because ultimately, as I said earlier in the prior docket, this is our discretion for variances. We're given that discretion. It's in our opinion, does it meet those three things?
Right.
Okay. And I'm kind of inclined to believe that this one does.
Yeah,
But I've also wanted to make sure we don't approve something and then he has these problems. But that's probably his problem if he can't get in his backyard. But your recommendation is to change this variance, is what I'm hearing.
What I wouldn't say my recommendation.
Different variance?
What I'm saying is that you have that there is an ability other than just setbacks to look at variances on things. And one of those things is the orientation of manufactured homes on the property. currently, the manufactured home does not meet the LDR with regards to orientation. It's supposed to be parallel, it's perpendicular. If this was to be held, if it's denied, then I don't know where we are in a denial, but if it was to be held, then I think that staff could work with the applicant, get it re-advertised for a different section that, applies to the orientation, comes back before you, and if that's something that you would be willing to entertain, then that's,
You want to speak to that?
that could come back.
Okay, so I think Ms. Phillips has a.
I do have a question which may possibly simplify everything. At
I'm
least
all ears.
LDR 14.1.5
14.1.5?
orientation. The manufactured home shall be located so that the main entry door faces the street. ... The manufactured home must be oriented on the lot so its long access is parallel with the street. However, a perpendicular or diagonal placement may be permitted if one or more of the following conditions are met. A, the manufactured home is being installed in a new subdivision. That doesn't qualify. This orientation is consistent with other residential properties on the same street within 500 feet. That may
That doesn't
qualify.
apply.
The manufactured home has been specifically designed and built by the manufacturer with the door on the short end, which we know that doesn't. But I'm wondering if B applies and we don't even,
Because directly across.
Let me
the
look
street
at
from
the
this,
aerial. Hold on one second.
The house sits
yes.
catty corner.
Mr. Chairman,
But would he need to have a new variance?
Mr. Manasivi.
the current issue is that the trailer is encroaching into the setbacks.
Correct.
But it's been.
The movement of the trailer has put the trailer presently into the setback,
No. It was in the setback before.
but its current orientation has the trailer in the setback, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
establish that fact.
It's not in violation of the setbacks. Because it's more than 5 feet off the side. The problem is now.
No, not according to this drawing. This drawing, it says the mobile home is 78 feet long on an 80-foot wide lot, which means instead of a 5-foot setback, it basically is observing a 1-foot setback.
This is
That,
how it currently sits.
are you,
We went out and looked at it. He moved it.
oh, so he has,
It's not like this anymore. It's like this in red now.
oh, well, that makes a
Yes.
big difference.
Yes.
So,
I was under the impression from what was said earlier that it was the reverse.
No.
Thank
That's how it was until he moved it
he moved it.
when his neighbor complained.
Gotcha. So it was there before the new house was built.
Well, the new house is almost completed.
It was,
So-
Brand new.
So the current orientation, which is perpendicular to the street, is still encroaching into the setback.
No.
I'm getting a up and down look from staff over here, so.
No, there's a lot of vegetation to the north side of this photo that we have in red, but it's at least 5 feet off the property line.
We don't have an actual survey from a surveyor that shows the setbacks. I would not go off of GIS whether or not this is encroaching. It may not be, depending on, the aerial, imagery of this. I can't say if it's
Show
encroaching
the
or
next
not.
slide that shows it in its current position.
Go,
No, go back. No, you
Keep
don't have
going.
that other slide that's in our packet. With
thought I
it
saw it.
highlighted in red.
Go back to the property the property in question. Keep coming back. Okay.
He's got to deal with the.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, the ordinance does say, or the LDR says, I'm used to saying ordinance, so forgive me. The land development regulations does once again say that the orientation is consistent with other residential properties on the same street within 500 feet. And then in the paragraph prior, it says a perpendicular or diagonal placement may be permitted. If you were to look at an aerial of this surrounding area on Lyle Drive, Lyle Drive does make that, if you can pull up GIS, maybe just,
Well, I figured that was the case because I looked, I mean, I drove
There-
by and I looked on Google Earth. I
They're
mean,
two, they're directly across the street from one another, right on Lyle Drive as it makes that curve. They're within 500 feet. I would be so inclined as if the setbacks could be met for the 5-foot side setbacks and front setback and, or all the setbacks could be met. And this home was in a perpendicular orientation, then I would be willing to allow it to move forward.
So
Without a,
is
it would have to be diagonally, it have to meet the ordinance in the sense of being diagonal. It doesn't specify as to what angle that is, but it does, says diagonal. There are two homes within the area that are diagonal to Lyle Drive. And so if that was, and all setbacks are met, I would be inclined to approve that without a variance.
Can we amend the variance now to do that, or is
can.
that possible?
You can.
All right.
Because it's still relating to, well, it was advertised as table 8.1, which is the setbacks.
Yeah, there we go.
I think as long as, if you want to amend the variance, I think you would have to say, you could amend it by saying that the home would have, well, I can't say that because we don't know what it was going to be. We don't know what the setback will be. Right now, it's going to be 4 foot on either side encroachment. We don't know what it would be if it's diagonal.
If he turns it diagonal, he'll just have to turn so much.
Right. So what I'm
let's
saying
get it
is
going.
that
Okay.
if the planning, if you as a planning
make a motion.
commission, want, staff can look at this and get with the applicant. If he's willing to angle this in a manner that makes this home diagonal to Lyle Drive, staff will approve this without the need for a variance.
Okay.
So we can put the variance.
Do you understand that, sir?
Mr. Chairman,
English is not 100%. I'm so sorry about that. But he's asking me to
Kind of catty corner.
move it a little bit
Yes.
Yes.
to meet the setbacks.
You will have to meet the 5-foot setbacks on either side, but you will take the home and instead of it being this way, you're going to make it this way
Okay.
and still meet the setbacks. If you can do that and still meet those setbacks, then staff can approve it, but you're going to need, we'll need to work with you to be able to justify that it meets those 5-foot setbacks.
Then it can just be
Okay.
withdrawn.
I mean, I'm willing to do anything because it's, like I say, I mean, I don't have a lot of money to move it out. I don't have another lot or another property to
Mr. Chairman,
put them on.
I would make a recommendation from staff if we could hold this, give staff the opportunity to meet on site with our zoning enforcement officer,
And the
do some measurements and the applicant, see if we can make this work without the necessity
Yes.
of a variance.
We're trying.
I second
yeah.
that motion.
Yes,
I
thank you.
second
Thank you
the
very
motion.
much.
Okay, so let's
Y'all just have to agree to put it on hold.
Would you agree to let us hold this for 30 till our next meeting in
Yes, it's
September?
been there for a few years.
And then let staff work with you and your mover and the county
Who was your
engineer.
Who was your mover?
I think it's Three Brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have my cards with me, but you just need to give me something to write on. Do what?
So we're gonna move on to the next.
She's been in
topic.
contact. She'll reach out to you and we'll schedule a time where we can meet and
Okay.
try to see if we can make this work.
Okay, so thank you and get with staff and we'll move on to the next docket.
So, Mr. Chair, so if y'all get this done, it'll just be withdrawn and it won't come back to us. It's satisfied. Okay.
Unless it still can't be done without encroachment into the setbacks.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to make sure it meets all the requirements.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
all
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry it took so long to get here.
Okay.
She'll be in touch with you.
Okay.
She has my information, right?
Yes.
All right, so done.
Next.
You can leave.
All right, thank you very much.
Last docket is a revision request PP 2026-118, Rosemont Gardens.
Rosemont Gardens is a proposed conventional subdivision. It is located on Bessie Road. The applicant is requesting 99 lots on 39.32 acres for a density of 2.52 units an acre. Access will be provided off of Bessie Road. Rosemont Gardens was previously approved in June of 2025 under case number PP-2025-077. This request reduces the amount of lots by 23 reduces the track size and proposed road, and changes the proposed access. Here is a site highlighted in red. A traffic impact study was completed for Rosemont Gardens, and an update to the traffic impact study was also provided. Here is a site plan that was included in the packet. The project includes 1 ingress-egress point, 3 internal roads, 3 cluster mailbox units, 50-foot screening buffers around the perimeter of the site, 2 detention ponds, and 3,032 linear feet of public road. Here is the zoning of the site. The subject site is part of the Greenville County Comprehensive Plan, where the northwestern portion of the site is designated MEC, Mixed Employment Center, and the southeastern portion is designated as SMU, Suburban Mixed Use. Mixed Employment Centers are a new type of office park or corporate campus-like development geared toward meeting the needs of mid to large businesses. Typical features include signature architectural elements and a campus-style development pattern that connects jobs to amenities and places of residence in a well-organized fashion. The Mixed Employment Center character area type recommends a density of 8 to 30 dwelling units per acre. Suburban mixed-use place types include a variety of single-family, detached and attached, and multifamily building types. Housing types should be designated as a cohesive, connected neighborhood rather than isolated subareas. Buildings should be of high-quality design, and development should include common neighborhood amenities and open space connections. The suburban mixed-use character area type recommends a density of 6 to 20 dwellings per acre. Rosemont Gardens is proposing a density of 2.52 units per acre. The subject property is part of the Piedmont Area Plan. The site is designated as both natural land conservation and suburban for future land use. Natural land conservation areas are habitat cores and patches that are critical for local ecosystems. They feature significant tree coverage or waterways with a recommended density of 0 to 1 dwelling units per 2 acres. Suburban areas provide a transition between higher density urban areas and rural landscapes. They largely consist of single-family residences on smaller lots or as part of a cluster development. They may also include multifamily apartments or townhome with a recommended density of 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre. Rosemont Gardens is proposing a density of 2.52 units per acre. Here is the site. East of the site, south of the site, west of the site. Staff recommends conditional approval of the plan with the standard and specific requirements. The conditions of approval are as follows. Please provide a revised preliminary plan that should say September 4th, 2026, showing the following. Install an EB left turn lane on Bessie Road for proposed access for the subdivision. Number 2, the trailing shifting taper will be extended to tie into the full width median 3-lane to continue the 3-lane cross section to Woodmont Middle School Road. 3, update scale to 1 inch by 100. 4, blocks longer than 800 feet in length shall have a mid-block pedestrian pathway connecting adjacent blocks. All 3 roads/blocks in this subdivision will require said pedestrian crossings. In addition, please show crosswalks at each intersection with accessibility ramps at crossings.
All right, thank you. Do we have the applicant here?
Did y'all bring dinner?
I'm Brad Skelton. I'm the owner of Red Oak Developers. I live at 136 Sunset Drive. It's Mary with Blue Water. She'll answer your engineering questions. Obviously, this was approved for 122 lots. Quite frankly, we were surprised that one of our under contract parcel owners sold a piece of property while we were under contract, causing us to lose lots, causing us to lose an entrance. Obviously, we weren't happy with that. However, after doing my research with the families that own that property, the parcel was sold to a granddaughter who had a serious car accident, and they had decided to move her close by to the grandmother. So, and then looking entirely at the situation, I decided at that time that we're going to honor that. We did not want to, put the granddaughter who had had a serious accident in any type of situation where she could not be cared for by the family members who live around her now. So we basically have come back to use with 23 less lots. We had a traffic study, upgraded DOT, gave us the thumbs up on that. It's not something we want to do, but we're going to do it basically to help Chloe and her family. She's built a nice mobile home on the property already. She lives next to her grandmother, and we just decided to keep it that way on that. So, engineering questions, I'll let Mary, and I'll stay here for any other questions you may
So
have.
you lost an acre and a little more than an acre and a half, and that reduced your lot size by 22?
Well, we actually lost an entrance, which
Okay.
was, one of the entrances. So we've got to go to under 100 at that point because the entrance. We
Right.
did go back to the builder, and the builder asked us to increase the lot sizes. So we did. We made the lots bigger as well. And quite frankly, we think the builder is going to build a little bit higher of a product in there. And the reason is because that area, there's a lot of homes built there that are, in certain price points, and with everything going on with the Zuzu and that area, we think there's a need for a little bit of a higher price point there. So our builder has decided to do that with larger lots, less traffic, and we're helping out the family as well to stay there.
All right. Do we have any questions for the applicant or the engineer?
No, I think it makes perfect sense. It's so delightful to see that you're reducing the number of units. So many times we have developers increasing the number of units. And under the circumstances, I'm going to make a motion to approve this subdivision per the staff's recommendations.
Might I make a friendly amendment to that we revise the recommendations for the date of September, 4th instead of August?
I would also like to, I've got some questions about the recommendations. So the first one, we can definitely do that. We're actually required to do a right turn lane into the development too, so we can show that as well. For the second one, I believe that was a part of the TIS as well. So there's a two-way turn lane up the road that I think we were just going to extend that on through, along to the entrance, and then there's the left turn lane. As for the 3 and 4, the scale to 1 inch to 100, I believe that was a comment that was brought up at SAC. And I believe the LDR for like the preliminary plat checklist, it states that the scale should be 1 inch to no less than 1 inch to 60. It falls in the range. I have the SAC comment about that. Because we are showing a scale of 1 to 120. Just so that it fits instead of having multiple sheets. It's just a minor comment, but it does meet that part of the LDR. Let me see what section it was. It is, yes, on the preliminary plat checklist, it says scale to 1 to 100, not less than 1 to 200. So I believe the 1 inch to 120 would fall in that range.
Should be fine.
So I just wanted to remove that
And you
condition.
said number 4?
That's for number 3.
Right.
And then number 4, I wanted to remove that as well because we already are showing that on the plans. We're showing that mid-block pedestrian pathway along between connecting those two roads on there.
Well, why would you want to move it if you're already showing it? Why would we?
Which is just an unnecessary condition if we're already.
But you've already met the condition.
Correct, yeah.
And you've already met the condition basically on 3 as well.
That's right.
Then I don't understand why we would want to remove it if it's already there.
It's already there.
Remove the recommendations.
Well,
Because
I
they're
think
incorporated.
it's stated as a recommendation because it's above and beyond what the regulations technically require. Maybe not the scaling, but the other, it's what they require as a standard. And we see this a lot where it's already taken care of, but it's still in the conditions. The fact that you've done it just kind of means you don't have to worry about it.
Icing on the cake.
Right, it shouldn't be
Yeah.
an issue.
But for us to leave it there because it is an extra above and beyond what the standard is, it highlights everything on the plat and going forward. So it shows even if it might have gotten missed somewhere.
And it keeps it, the whole thing, it keeps the motion clean.
Mhm.
So.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does, but this was a requirement from the LDR, so I don't believe that it's above and beyond. It was brought up at SAC and it was addressed in the resubmittal.
The
So
pedestrian?
Yes, yeah, the mid-block pedestrian pathway. That was from, for blocks longer than 800 feet in length. That is,
With accessibility ramps at crossings? That's a new one.
Accessibility ramps like for.
This was a comment that was provided by
Right.
an SAC reviewer. So
That's not a
When-
standard LDR requirement.
when we do get a comment like that, we typically, if we do not see it, we add it as a condition of
No.
approval.
But I'm not seeing it
Right.
as, I'm not seeing it as a condition, as a recommendation.
So if
It's a
already
condition of
in there,
approval.
There shouldn't be a problem with leaving it
Right.
then.
Okay.
Right.
If you already have it, then
Doing it.
I just want to make sure that when we're
It's just no.
resubmitting it, that we're just saying like this is
Been done.
already provided.
Fine.
That's fine,
Okay.
but it needs to stay in there.
As long as it's noted that we've taken care of it. I
Okay.
think that's it.
Right.
So the date doesn't need changed.
In the future, if there was a plan where if that was the only recommendation and it was already provided, what would you do in that situation? Would,
It's the time we leave it.
okay.
Right. Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Manning for approval. Do we have a second?
We've got a second from Paul.
I'd like to bring up a couple.
All right, so, Mr. Braswell has the second, and then we'll have further discussion. Mr. Moore,
We haven't heard from public.
there is no one signed up in opposition.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just again for the record, can we, the mic?
Come up to the mic.
Come up to the mic.
Thank you.
I've been by the site twice in the last 2 days. There's no sign saying there's going to be an application or there was even going to have this meeting. The public doesn't even know about it. I met somebody who was there, happened to be somebody I knew, and asked them if they knew about it. No, they didn't. If you go to the Facebook page of that individual, they're send out notices to people. There's no sign. We didn't know anything about it. I would suggest that we need to do something else other than approving this thing because it doesn't meet 3.3.3 where the sign has to be out there for a certain period of time.
That's a good point,
My
Mr. Moore.
My
Good
name is
point.
Maddie Moore. I did
Wait,
sign,
hold-
I did sign up
hold
to
on.
speak.
Hold on.
So
No, you're right. I went by and I did not see a sign.
there is no sign.
There was no sign there Saturday when I went.
There was no sign there Sunday and there was no sign there Tuesday.
Yeah, and I walked the beginning of the site, the very front part of the site, and it wasn't thrown away or what have you. It wasn't
Requirement
down.
is 10 days. Am I correct,
days.
Mr.
I-
Carlisle?
It's supposed to go up when
Well,
they get the
well-
application and it's supposed to come down 5 days after this meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
While you look that up, I have a question. Are you, so the property is on the side where Woodmont Middle School Road is?
Yes.
And your Redwood development sign is across the street.
It's on the opposite
on the opposite
side.
side.
It's across from Woodmont Middle School Road. It's just north of it.
So if I'm going south on Bessie Road,
It'll be on the right
so
side.
that's toward, correct, but the property that you're developing is on the left side.
It's on the right side.
It's on the right side.
It's
Where the sign-
it's on the right.
Ned
hand
Dwyer
side.
and Miss
Where the
Cheeks.
sign is.
Miss Nedmar and Miss Cheeks property, if you know them. And Miss
Mhm.
Sullivan, that's the owners of that property.
Our original entrance alignment lined up across from Woodmont Mid School Road. It's north of Bessie Road. It's on the north side.
Mr. Chairman,
All right.
my name is,
Maddie Moore?
yes, that's
Will
me.
you give your address, please?
Yes, I am a resident of the Woodmont Springs development. I live at 1219 Charlotte Hill Street. I do work at Blue Water, but I can confirm that this sign was posted. I drive by it every day. I've seen the sign. We did post it. We uploaded it to CityWorks, the confirmation. If it was removed, I'm not sure when. I drove by it end of last week and it was still there. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is, but My subdivision doesn't, they are aware of this subdivision. My neighborhood and my HOA knows about it. All it does is increase the value of our property, so we really don't have a problem with it. So I just want to throw that out there.
Okay.
Are
We,
tho-
we uploaded it to the.
are those for, are they for, will they be for sale or for lease?
Oh, no, they're for sale.
All right, Mr. Moore.
In discussing the subdivision with the people who were nearby, they have a problem with the density of traffic on the road. They claim that it's very high level amount of capacity. I went back to the TIS for this subdivision with the 99. The first thing I noticed is it didn't include Clover Hill subdivision, which is quarter to a half mile down the road on the west side in the Arms Manual Review. Also, even at 99 houses, you have an LOS at Highway 25 of D and E. E is unstable and unsafe. D is becoming unstable and unsafe. That's what you have with what they have in the traffic study. However, it's missing Clover Hills and Owens Glen. Okay, Owens Glen has two access ways, one to the east, one to the north, one to the south. When you take Owens Glen's traffic and reduce it by what Owens Glen TIS says, and start looking at the capacity of the road. In 2025, Bessie Road was 8,900 vehicles a day. And just for reference, SCDOT says 2-lane roads maximum capacity is 10,000 vehicles a day. So we're within 1,100 just from last year. You add Rosemont, you add another 900. You add Woodmont Springs, you add 1,270. Woodmont Springs is about a quarter mile before you get to Highway 25. You add Clover Hills, you get another 600. And Owens Glen's another 700. In the end of the day, in 2 or 3 years, if you put this subdivision there, you're going to have over 12,000 vehicles a day on that road. That's over capacity by 20%. There is a safety issue, folks. Granted, the TIS doesn't recognize it because it doesn't deal much with capacity. But SCDOT recognizes it because they'll tell you 10,000 is maximum capacity. I'm going to make a proposal that we deny based on state law.
Well, we have a motion on the floor
Okay.
for approval.
Right.
So we're going to have to deal with that first.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
I-
if I may as well, recall that the attorney sent out an email yesterday, or I did on behalf of the attorney's office, that if you're choosing to disregard a TIS that's before you, you need to have substantive evidence. You can't manufacture evidence to dismiss it. And so if you're looking at entertaining that, then we need to make sure that it's tied to something substantive.
Correct.
Not just
What I
observations.
What I presented as capacity is documented in at least a state document, because that's where it came from. Came from a TIS or a state document.
I am only reiterating the position. If you feel that is substantive evidence, that's up to y'all.
And
I am just bringing that back up.
The reason I stated the volumes is because I wanted it in the record that it is coming from state documents. It's not made up.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a statement about the TIS and the traffic for this site?
Sure.
I just want to point out that the original site plan for this was for 122 lots, and the TIS recommended left turn lanes for both entrances for that development. And that was the original approved preliminary plat with those TIS recommendations. We have reduced the lot count from 122 to 99, and we reduced it by 23 lots. We still had an updated traffic impact study completed for the reduced 99 lot layout. And it also included the Woodmont Springs study from February to update their counts to be more current, because the traffic impact study that was done originally, the counts were from over a year ago. So they wanted to get updated counts. They did use updated counts based on development of surrounding areas that has happened since the approval last June. This new TIS recommended the left turn lane into the development with the addition of a right turn lane into the development. And we were already going to do the recommendation by staff about the trailing taper that was discussed as well. The traffic engineers have sent over the TIS to DOT, and DOT has given their concurrence that they agree with the findings of the TIS. They don't have additional comments, and they require the left turn lane and right turn lane into the development. So I think that this should satisfy and alleviate any traffic concerns for this development.
If you take those out, you're still over 10,000.
Right, but that's
Mr.
unfortunately.
Chairman, I think for this
Fortunately for them,
development,
it's not their problem, but it is an issue that the county is facing.
And it's something
And-
we need to
and it's
handle.
something
On state numbers.
True. All right, Ms. Phillips.
I want to point out this subdivision was approved by the planning commission. They have full vested rights to move forward if they wanted to develop using the old plat with more lots and more traffic. And I understand your concerns and I know where you're coming from. But this is another clear example on how asking for TIS for everything it doesn't necessarily, right.
Doesn't make sense.
So, but we have dropped the number of lots. I think these are some significant improvements that you don't always see. And the application was approved last year. So, I mean, if you do the percentage lots versus acreage,
If
you
I
have
could
to
say one
decide
thing-
win-win,
If I could say one thing, I'd ask you to take consideration what we're doing for Chloe. I really would.
Right,
because We're trying
right.
to help a
Well-
young lady and, I could have pushed this envelope a little bit. I'm not going to. I want to help this lady. I really do. We know the families and we're trying to work with the
Right,
families.
right. And we appreciate that. Believe me, we do. This group understands that more than you know. All right, so we have a motion on the
Yes.
floor and a second. Do we have any further discussion before we vote?
I haven't, no, not really discussion, but if you want to go over the top, will you put sidewalks from the neighborhood to the elementary school? You, you don't have to answer that. I'm just,
Okay. I
just,
got you.
How far is that?
it's not far. It's not far.
Okay.
So you want a little icing on the cake here, huh?
It's a little ice.
Well,
I mean, I thought about it.
Let's vote.
I really
it's not,
thought about it.
it's, all right.
Yeah.
Mr. Manasivic has called the question. All those in favor of this variance, from revision of the plan, I'm sorry, it's late. From 122 to 99, raise your hand. All right, I've got 7. And those opposed, 2. You pass 7-2.
thank you.
Thank you. Contact staff for next steps. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
You got the concrete, we'll come for it.
All right, next is our planning report. Mr. Draper Carlisle.
Read fast.
You awake over there? You're taking tomorrow off, guys.
Oh, no, I can't take tomorrow off. Trust me.
Just stay here. You'll be back soon.
I might have to. I might go sleep up in my office.
Did Paula take her cot?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, it might have left with the old building.
Throwing
Not a
that
bad
back with
idea.
all those papers.
All right. So long range planning, we had a subcommittee meeting on July 14th. We established some milestones. They're kind of covered in your packet, so I won't bore you with those details. If I have it written down right, our next meeting is September 18th at 10 a.m. and we'll continue that process. Transportation planning, the LRTP they finished their second round of public meetings. I think I've told at least a few of you that they had 5 or 6 at each meeting, other than Greer, which was none, unfortunately. But they did host a table at Simpsonville Farmers Market where they were able to talk to 55 people and get their feedback. So a little bit of innovation there that paid
How many
off.
people? Excuse me.
55.
55.
Wow.
Again,
That's a way to go, isn't it?
again, compared to 5 at each meeting or 0.
Well,
It's a big
but you
uptick.
hold the meeting that was 5. You did that in the evening, right?
Right. You did it in the evening and you wanted people to come to you.
And the farmer's market is in the
It
morning.
was in the morning on a Saturday and we went to them.
And they've got, the people are out there with their kids and their dogs. And I mean, I think that's great.
Well, thank Keith for that idea, or HDR. So, additionally, remember that we have an executive session, a specially called meeting for an executive session coming up on September 3rd at noon. It's a little weird timing. I know some of you may not be able to attend in person. We are working to have a Zoom option available for you. Speaking with the attorney.
Is that an option for executive session?
I have spoken to the attorney's office. It is an option. We will work through the details and see what we can do to make it happen for you.
Who's beside you doesn't repeat, even though they don't hear anything anyway.
Your Bluetooth in. Earbuds. That's at 10 a.m. We can look at lunch on the 3rd. We can investigate that if it'll help get people here. But in any case, there should be some good information provided there. And then my last thing for my director's report tonight is a bittersweet announcement. Julie is leaving.
What?
Yes.
Well, they don't usually laugh.
I want to make a motion to deny.
In Draper's defense, she's not leaving the building. She's going to another department. She's going right on the other side of that wall.
Oh,
So,
y'all aren't treating her well. Who do we need to blame?
me, I'll take the blame.
Take him out back.
We'll take him out back and take the rest of his hair off his head.
Hey, you know what? I do need to shave it tomorrow. So.
Jeez. So this will be This will be her last planning commission meeting. Dakota, sitting right next to her, will be taking over the minutes
Oh, okay.
for the short term. And then, like Josh was saying, if you still want to
Dakota.
say hi when you come in for the planning commission meeting, she'll be just on the other side of that wall. So she's not going very far. She's going to work with the council, clerk to council.
Julie, you have been an absolute jewel. Absolute jewel. Thank
I'll
you.
second that
so
motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cody, gotta maintain the bar.
All right.
That's all I've got for the director's report.
All right. So after that, let's see what we have here. Open space plan. That's only 140 pages, right?
You're welcome.
Would you like to read the whole thing to us starting now?
All right. So just briefly, let's do this. I'll give you a brief overview and then we can ask questions and move forward that way. Remember, this was brought before you last August. We had a special workshop, kind of introduced it to you. Representatives from Alta Design were here to talk about it a little bit. We brought it back for approval the next month. It was held a couple times. Finally, in November, I believe it was last year, it was held pending resolution of the open space residential, formerly known as cluster ordinance. That is now heading to third reading next week. It's gone through you. So we thought we'd bring the plan back to you for your recommendation to council on whether or not to adopt this.
Is the written report that you had that was in our packet, was that the basic report that Jim and I worked on?
No, that's.
Thank you.
No, this is the open space plan.
Open
Right.
space.
So it's a lot like an area plan. It would complement the comprehensive plan. It would guide how the county would go about preserving open space. The goal is to preserve about 30% of the county as open space. So that includes like recreational areas, water, agriculture, real assets really of open space. It doesn't have the teeth, it doesn't have the ordinance, but it would pave the way for county council to adopt objectives and move forward with preserving open space.
If I remember correctly, I think there was a lack of maybe objectionable, I don't even know, the words left me.
It's late.
Items. Exactly. Where do we move forward with this? It was almost like a pretty book that just told a story. Not that I want it to be thrown in the garbage. I think we've spent a lot of money and effort on it and could be some use, but I don't know that I am prepared to move it to council. I mean, because I don't really, I think we need more. I think it needs more.
Well, it's
Don't you?
100, it's 100 and
No, I don't need
something
more pages. I mean, what do we want to go? Where do we want to go with this?
Mr.
Really?
Chair.
Because it throws out, we can do this, we got this and this, but it really doesn't say this is what we're going to do.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Parham.
I make a motion to hold this. Give us an opportunity to dig into it a little deeper. We've had a big docket that we are still here on
Are you
tonight.
asking us to make a motion to move it forward to P and D or to whoever
Mhm.
tonight?
That would be our recommendation. That said, you're welcome to hold it and evaluate it more.
Yeah, because
If you like.
I don't want.
I haven't had a chance to read through the whole thing.
Motion on the
All right,
floor.
but if we
Second.
move it until next month, would that give everybody time to
Yes.
possibly look at it?
We'll start looking at it
We need
now.
a second.
That is what you'd like to do. I will say two things. One, just a little plug. Next month's docket is going to be rather large as well.
That's fine.
So
Larger
just
than
keep
this
that in
one?
mind.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
so
Holy
let's have our questions to staff maybe in the next week or two about the open space plan, so we can get that out of the way and have all those answered, maybe.
Is that fair to you
We can do that.
guys?
The other point I would plug, if I may, to your question, Ms. Phillips, is that, again, this is the big picture, right? It's like,
Right.
it's like the comp plan. It has the goals and the strategies and the general idea of what we want to do. And then that enables ordinances which have the actual teeth, the actual direction.
Right.
Here's how we're going to go about meeting these goals.
But I'm not sure if I even got that out of it. I mean, so
read the whole
just
thing?
let us do a good
Sure.
refresher.
Take your look at
Please.
it, ask your questions.
All right, so Mr. Parham has made a motion to hold. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Manning made a second. Before anybody changes their mind, let's vote. Everybody, show of hands to hold till next meeting. Let's see. Y'all are abstaining or everybody's up? All right, it's 9-0. Great.
Oh, yeah, you probably,
I don't know if I've seen it.
I bet Paul and Eddie don't even
It's
have.
baked into the whole big
It's on the
600 pages.
copy.
It's
the
It's
end
in
of
the
the
packet.
packet.
It's the end of the
It
packet.
is, yeah, but it's all online.
That's the next 140.
They had a nice.
Yeah, you can pull it down and send it to you. Consider.
Out.
I use it for reading material at night.
Very good.
Well, we got one of those.
Yeah, we did. We printed them out for you.
Even got.
But
That's the
I don't
stuff
think we
the
ha-
new people don't have it.
But I don't know that. I don't know that we have any additional hard copies. We can look into getting those if you'd like. It is online as a PDF and I can send it to you as well. And it is in your packet
Yeah,
that was sent out in preparation of this meeting.
Heavens, breathe.
this is
And
this is better though. June of 25. If you've got a few more copies of that, did you have a
I
copy?
think I have a copy. Yeah.
Who
I'll see what
doesn't
we've
have a
got.
copy?
I don't know that we have any more, but I will check.
Can't have my copy.
I'd love to have a hard copy to have it.
I'll see what I
You don't
can.
have a copy either. Okay, sir. The newbies don't, the three of them don't have it. Okay. Other new business, I did talk to Julie today and she pushed me off on Dakota. No, I shouldn't have said it that way. So congratulations,
She redirected you.
congratulations to most of all of us. We have met our 3 hours of annual training. Mr. Sternberg has already met his 6 hours of initial training. Am I correct?
Yeah, I make a comment on that. You guys were there. I honestly thought it was gonna be awful. My attention spans, it was really good.
Should have done it back whenever I had to do it.
Well,
Was it awful?
It was awful.
it was very informative.
Oh, cities.
Okay, so
I'll let him finish. Listening.
Make a suggestion,
Mhm.
since none of us up here were trained before we got on this.
Let it be done prior.
It's done prior to we getting on the commission.
well, it'd be kind of hard because then you've got all the applicants and they're putting a training session together for,
No, he means in that gap.
before you start.
The
But it's supposed to be that way.
The requirement now is not until sometime in August. So you really could be on the
Yes.
planning commission for 2 to 3 months before you're required to have gone through it.
Yeah, to Mr., if I may, Mr. Chair, to
Yes.
Mr. Parham's point, that would be necessary because typically with the 1 month or so turnaround, these orientation courses are only taught certain times of the year, 4 times in
That is
person,
correct.
twice online. And so we'd have to make sure that the waiting period between appointment and being seated, there was a training available in order to do what you're accomplishing.
Okay, so the only one of us that needs any training right now is Mr. Bracewell. You've got to get your 6 hours. And I asked the question today and they're going to get me an answer. You may or may not have it. Does your year start in June and you have until the end of the year, or do you have until the end of next May to get your 6 hours? And do we have an answer to that?
All about that, and it's very.
Murky?
It's like per your you know, if you want to do it from January to December, that's on you, but.
Yes.
It's also, you know,
well,
it has to also.
There's another bylaw, if I don't win any
Sure.
cover.
Hold on. So it is to the end of his first year of his term
I would say from appointment for him, since they're new, but I think.
to get the initial 6 hours.
6 hours, and then
Okay.
We can go from January to December for continuing education.
I was told like there was some date in August or by the end of August. To,
There's no more in-person training for the year, but there will be 2 online orientations that you can do at your leisure. It's at your time, so.
that's what I did.
Right.
You could send me that. Yeah, I'm working with ACOG to get you set up.
Right. And then, and you can't bank hours either. So like if you've got 6 now, after the first of the year, you'll need 3 more for 2027.
All of us will.
We'll all need it. Yes. So, all right, thank you. So,
Can't do it together because it's a quorum.
Oh, you can still
well, no, you can, in that kind of thing, that's different. Training is different, I believe.
We need one more motion.
Okay, do we have any other business before the commission?
The, by, the red line bylaws in front of you. There's a substantial amount of information and there's still some things we need to look at. So if you all will just look over them in the next week or so, I've sent them to Draper. I think I sent them to Draper. I sent them to county legal because after some hindsight on some legal items, it brought some things into my mind and I go, oh, well, we probably need to address that. And then I've heard a couple other things tonight. So hopefully we'll be ready next month to vote on this. Yeah, submit comments
The next 2 weeks.
via well, you can talk to me, you can call me or send me via email, but don't like reply all, please. I mean, that way we can keep away from a quorum. And if we feel like there's substantial things we need to do, we'll reestablish and get together as a committee and move forward with that. So, and there may be after I get feedback.
Please, everyone, use your county email address that has been assigned. I know Ms. Franklin's having issues with hers, but you need to get that set back up.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And so, because there is stuff that goes out from staff, I've asked them not to use our personal emails for obvious reasons. So please check your county email at least once a day to make sure nothing's coming in. Okay?
Every other day.
Yeah. Mr. Parham.
What was I gonna say? I'm
I
having a
don't
senior mom.
remember. I have those every time.
Well, before that, the goal here, get responses in the next 2 weeks. You're going to make changes and then these will be presented for us to vote on and approve
In
next meeting.
September.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the goal.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the good of the group?
Can we start the meeting earlier?
Started yesterday.
No. All right. Seeing no other motions, we are adjourned.
Amen. We got to be getting close to a record. I think we did have one.
30, come on, guys.
8:30 or 9.
There's only one choice.